Chapter 744. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Naturally, there was no such thing as a date. Li Qianxue looked at his stupid look and couldn't help but want to hit him. So, what do you mean by a date? Weren't they boyfriend and girlfriend? Su Qinghui's face suddenly fell. But you said, I said I'd give you a chance, but I didn't say I'd be your girlfriend. Li Qianxue felt that it was really strange for her to say the word girlfriend. Su Qinghui's face suddenly darkened because of Li Qianxue's words. He looked at her and his mouth moved. In the end, he didn't give up. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, it's your birthday today. As a friend, can I celebrate it for you? This excuse was not bad. Su Qinghui couldn't help but add, we're friends. Can't I celebrate your birthday for you? He looked at the time. It was still early for lunch. Without waiting for Li Qianxue's response, he directly started the car and drove away. When Li Qianxue stood in front of Su Qinghui's door, she stood there and took a step back. She didn't intend to go forward. Su Qinghui. Come in. Su Qinghui opened the door and let Li Qianxue in. Li Qianxue stood at the door and didn't move. Su Qinghui, don't push your luck. I just said I'd give you a chance, but I didn't promise to get back together with you. I know. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue, who stood at the door and refused to enter. He raised his hand and looked at her helplessly. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to treat you to a meal. Li Qianxue looked at him. Su Qinghui took a step back. I've already asked Xiao Ran to buy groceries just now. He has the key to my apartment. Don't worry, I really just want to have a meal with you. The meal he cooked. Li Qianxue stared at his face for a while, but in the end, she still entered the door. Su Qinghui was satisfied. He let Li Qianxue in and quickly went to the kitchen. When he came out again, there was a glass of juice in his hand. Sit for a while. I'll be quick. Li Qianxue took the glass of juice and sat down on the sofa. Seeing that Su Qinghui had returned to the kitchen, she first called her family and told them that she wouldn't go back for lunch. Then, she got up and looked around the house. Everything was clean. Su Qinghui was a little obsessed with cleanliness. He also didn't like others touching his things. It could be seen that after the divorce, he had learned to take care of himself. Outside the balcony, the scenery here was not bad. She had put in a lot of effort to build this house. After walking one round, she went to the kitchen. She found Su Qinghui standing by the kitchen table, cooking very attentively. He didn't just know how to put on airs. She had tasted the noodles he made last time, and it was indeed delicious. She didn't know that Su Qinghui would cook for her one day. Thinking about it seriously, it was really subtle. She did not dislike such a feeling. Her life had been smooth ever since she was a child. Except for her mother's early death, old Master Li doted on her to the extreme. Ever since she started school, the people around her could only suck up to her. Regardless of whether it was her classmates or her friends from the upper class who had dealings with the Li family. That was why when Su Qinghui didn't care about her and couldn't see her, she was motivated to conquer this man. She still remembered the first time he confronted her in the conference room. At that time, he didn't think of himself as a woman at all. Instead, he thought of himself as a man, an ordinary colleague, and argued for what was right. Because of him, she was particularly concerned about that case. In fact, it turned out that some of his ideas were right. But some of his ideas were wrong. And he wasn't arrogant. After realizing that he was wrong, he came to apologize to her very calmly. Then the two of them discussed how to deal with it again. He wasn't a male chauvinist. He wouldn't look down on her just because she was a woman. On the contrary, every time the two of them communicated, there would always be new sparks. The more time passed, the more obvious her feelings for him became. It was just that she didn't expect Su Qinghui to have a girlfriend at that time. Hungry? I'll serve the soup and you can eat. Sit down first. As soon as Su Qinghui turned around, he saw Li Qianxue standing at the kitchen door in a daze. He picked up the dishes on the kitchen table and put them on the table. Sit down first. Only then did Li Qianxue realize that she had been watching Su Qinghui cook. She left the kitchen uncomfortably and sat down at the table. Su Qinghui was very attentive. He didn't need Li Qianxue to do anything. He directly set the bowls and chopsticks and brought out the dishes. Have a bowl of soup. Su Qinghui was a little embarrassed when he served the soup to Li Qianxue. I'm in a hurry. I'll make health soup for you next time. Li Qianxue didn't comment. If she wanted to eat delicious food, she could go back and ask Auntie Zhang to make it. She didn't have to come here. Your hand isn't convenient. Why don't I feed you? Realizing that Li Qianxue didn't serve the soup, Su Qinghui suddenly thought of her hand injury. He reached out to pick up the bowl in front of her. No need. I'm fine. Li Qianxue didn't think she needed too much care from him. It was just that she couldn't use too much strength with one hand. Qianxue. Su Qinghui was very stubborn. He brought the soup in front of her and took the spoon. I'll feed you. The doctor said that you still have to take care of your hand. Li Qianxue didn't have time to stop him. He was already like when she was in the hospital. This time, she didn't move and just obediently let him feed her. Su Qinghui was in a very good mood when he finished the bowl of soup. He went to serve her rice again. His overly attentive attitude touched Li Qianxue's heart. While Su Qinghui was feeding her, she said for some reason, let's go to the movies in the afternoon. Su Qinghui's expression was very interesting for a moment. He looked at Li Qianxue and suddenly smiled. Qianxue. Eat. Li Qianxue didn't look at his happy eyes. I have to go home after the movie. I don't want to be alone with you for dinner. Okay. Su Qinghui looked at her, his eyes full of smiles. Today, he felt that he was too happy, as if he was riding a roller coaster. After dinner, they rested for a while. The two of them really went to the movies. Su Qinghui deliberately chose a romantic comedy. This kind of movie was the most suitable for relaxing. The plot was a little boring. For Li Qianxue, this feeling was a little fresh. Halfway through the movie, when the male and female leads kissed each other, she didn't refuse Su Qinghui's hand. Since she had decided, she would be open and open. This was her principle. Su Qinghui obviously didn't expect to make such a big progress today. He was extremely happy. After coming out of the cinema, the smile in Su Qinghui's eyes didn't fade. That expression looked a little silly to Li Qianxue. She had never seen Su Qinghui like this before. Now that she thought about it, it was actually not bad. Su Qinghui sent Li Qianxue back to everyone. However, just as the car was about to drive into the Li family's villa, a car blocked in front of the two of them. Su Qinghui was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, the person in the car opposite had already gotten out. Seeing the person, Su Qinghui's expression didn't look good. Wei Ting didn't expect that today was Li Qianxue's birthday. He came to look for Li Qianxue, but he didn't. Old Master Li said that Li Qianxue wasn't around, and her children also said that he wasn't around. What's more, he even knew that Li Qianxue went out with Su Qinghui. This way, our little Chairman Wei would feel uncomfortable in his heart. He originally wanted to leave, but he was unwilling. He hadn't seen Li Qianxue today. How could he leave just like that? He didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, Li Qianxue finally came back. Qianxue. When Wei Ting got out of the car, Li Qianxue also saw him. After thinking for a moment, she also got out of the car. President Wei. Qianxue. Of course, Wei Ting didn't miss Su Qinghui in the car, nor did he miss the expression on Li Qianxue's face that was completely different from usual. You, happy birthday. He felt uncomfortable, but he still gave Li Qianxue the gift he had prepared. Thank you. After receiving the gift, Li Qianxue's expression didn't change much. However, Wei Ting sensitively realized that Li Qianxue was really different. Qianxue, are you going to get back together with Su Qinghui? As he spoke, he pointed in Su Qinghui's direction. Li Qianxue looked at his reaction. Actually, she didn't want to hurt Wei Ting. After all, this person was really good. Wei Ting, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Of course it has something to do with me. Wei Ting was furious. I'm pursuing you. How can you get back together with him? Wei Ting. What kind of logic was this? Li Qianxue had a headache. You seem to have misunderstood. Whether I get back together with Su Qinghui or not, it's all my business. I know it's your business. Wei Ting gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But, have you forgotten what he did to you in the past? Don't forget. Him, how he hurt you in the past. As Wei Ting spoke, there was a hint of grievance in his tone. I've never hurt you. I'm also sincere to you. Why did you choose him and not me? It wasn't that he was childish, nor was it that he was impulsive. He just didn't understand. How am I worse than him? Tell me. He believed that his family background and appearance weren't bad. His sincerity towards Li Qianxue was only more than Su Qinghui's, not less than his. Especially since Su Qinghui had hurt Li Qianxue like that. But she would rather choose Su Qinghui than him. Qianxue, are you really going to do this to me? Wei Ting, I told you a long time ago that it's impossible between us. Even without Su Qinghui, it would still be impossible. Li Qianxue wouldn't accept a boy who was more than 10 years younger than her. I know, but you also told me that it's impossible between you and Su Qinghui. Wei Ting was really aggrieved. He couldn't help but sound a little angry. Have you forgotten what you said? You once said that you would never forgive him. You said that you would never be with him. Chapter 745. Su Qinghui walked up to Li Qianxue after he said, How could you lie to me? President Wei, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to say that, right? One hand was placed on Li Qianxue's shoulder, and the other hand carefully avoided her injured hand and placed on her waist. Qianxue is an adult. She has her own thoughts and considerations. She can be with whoever she wants to be with. Does she need your consent? Wei Ting looked at Su Qinghui's actions and his mood became even gloomier. You don't need my consent, but as Qianxue's suitor, I want a fair chance to compete. What are you doing? Wei Ting. Li Qianxue looked at Wei Ting. She had a good impression of Wei Ting. But the gap was really there. She really couldn't accept Wei Ting. I know what you mean. I really thank you. But who I'm with really has nothing to do with you. Of course, Wei Ting knew everything, but it was because of this that he felt wronged. Can't you find anyone? Why do you have to find him? Had she forgotten what Su Qinghui had done? President Wei, it's not appropriate for you to say that, right? What's wrong with my Qianxue looking for me? Su Qinghui felt uncomfortable when he heard this. He was her legitimate husband. Even if they were divorced, she was still his first wife. What's not appropriate? Don't you know what you've done to Qianxue? Besides, you still have an illegitimate daughter. Su Qinghui was speechless for the first time. Everything else was fine, but this matter was indeed his fault, and it was irreparable. He looked in Li Qianxue's direction nervously. Li Qianxue had a headache as she looked at Wei Ting, who was like a child. To be honest, she didn't hate Wei Ting. But the age difference between her and him was obvious. In her eyes, Wei Ting was like a child. He didn't have any bad intentions, but he was really childish. Wei Ting, this is between me and Su Qinghui. It has nothing to do with you. I just feel wronged for you. Wei Ting pointed in Su Qinghui's direction. You raised this man's illegitimate daughter for more than 20 years and gave birth to 2 children for him. How did he repay you? How can such a man be stronger than me? In the end, this was what made Wei Ting unconvinced. Li Qianxue really couldn't answer such a question. If emotions and love could be controlled, she also hoped that she could choose the side that was more beneficial to her. Wei Ting, if you're here to celebrate my birthday today, then I thank you. If you're here to talk about this, then I'm sorry, but I don't intend to continue talking to you. She is a woman of strong will. Since he had made the decision today, he would give Su Qinghui a chance. He wouldn't waver. Towards Wei Ting, she seemed to be looking at a junior. It wasn't that she didn't know his sincerity, so her tone was gentle. No one's sincerity should be trampled on. Even if you can't accept the feelings of the other side. After she finished speaking, she walked inside. Wei Ting was helpless. He gritted his teeth and followed behind her. I'm here to celebrate your birthday. Qianxue, you're not going to shut me out, are you? How could that be? Li Qianxue looked at the grievance on his face and smiled. Those who come are guests. If you don't mind, let's have dinner together tonight. I don't mind, I don't mind. Wei Ting was overjoyed. When he turned to look at Su Qinghui, his gaze was a little provocative. Don't think that Qianxue is so great just because she went out with you. Look, Qianxue also let me in. Childish. Su Qinghui told himself not to lower himself to Wei Ting's level. However, for some reason, he felt a little sour. Old Master Li saw Li Qianxue bring Wei Ting and Su Qinghui in together and was confused for a moment. He wasn't the only one who couldn't understand. Su Qingsang and Su Yuxin also couldn't understand. What was going on? Li Qianxue didn't look at their strange expressions. She called Xiao Tao and asked her to tell the kitchen that there were guests at home tonight. There was no need to specially instruct them. Hui Jinyao was here with the child. Auntie Zhang would prepare everything. Qianxue. It wasn't appropriate for other people to ask, but Old Master Li could always ask. It's okay. Dad. You know Wei Ting too. He specially came to celebrate my birthday today, so I asked him to stay for dinner. Old Master Li nodded. Wei Ting was staying for dinner, but what about Su Qinghui? Just as Li Qianxue was about to sit down, she found that Su Qinghui and Wei Ting were standing beside her. It was as if she sat down, they would also sit down. She looked to the left, then to the right. Her eyes met the eyes of her daughter, son-in-law, and son on the opposite side of the sofa. Her lips moved, and finally, she turned to look at Su and Wei. Can you sit over there? I can't. The two of them spoke in unison. Especially Wei Ting. He moved a little closer to Li Qianxue. Qianxue, I'll sit with you. Qianxue, sit. Su Qinghui's reaction was much more mature than Wei Ting's. Li Qianxue glanced at him and sat down on the sofa. As soon as she sat down, Wei Ting and Su Qinghui sat down beside her at the same time. One on the left and one on the right, they were like two protectors. The living room was very quiet, so quiet that everyone's breathing could be heard clearly. Qianxue, are you thirsty? Wei Ting looked at the teapot on the coffee table and poured a cup of tea. Have some tea. Li Qianxue looked at the cup of tea. This seemed to be her home. Qianxue, it's time to eat. Don't drink tea. Have some fruit. As Su Qinghui spoke, he picked up the fruit in the bowl and placed it in front of Li Qianxue. There were toothpicks stuck in the fruit. What was going on? Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao looked at each other and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Su Yusin's lips moved. Looking at the two men fawning over his mother, this feeling was very subtle. Qianxue, have some tea. Qianxue, have some fruit. The two men looked at each other, unwilling to give up. Su Qinghui looked at Wei Ting with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Thank you, but I don't want it. Li Qianxue felt a toothache. It was one thing for Wei Ting. He was childish for a long time. But why was Su Qinghui joining in the fun? She couldn't help but glare at Su Qinghui. How old was he? Why was he arguing with a child? In the eyes of others, her gaze meant something else. Wei Ting was quite proud. Look, in Qianxue's heart, she still liked him more, right? Su Qinghui was a little uncomfortable. Wei Ting was the one who provoked him first, but Li Qianxue actually only glared at him. The atmosphere was deadlocked again. Old Master Li looked at his daughter. Although at Li Qianxue's age, there was still such an outstanding man who liked her. As an old father, he was very comforted. But could these people pay attention to one thing? He was still here. Such a scene made his teeth ache a little. Ahem. Let's eat first. Yes, Mom, let's eat first. Su Yusin couldn't help but speak up. Forget about Su Qinghui. Wei Ting, when he thought that if Li Qianxue really chose Wei Ting, it meant that he would have such a young stepfather, why did he feel strange? Su Qingsang didn't say anything. She was the only one watching the show. If Li Qianxue really chose Wei Ting, there was nothing wrong with it. She was very accepting of it. Now that she had a grandfather-grandson relationship, so what if she fell in love with a younger brother? Hu Jinyao stood up and whispered into Su Qingsang's ear, I can tell that our mother is extremely charming. Of course, don't you know whose mother she is? Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao whispered into each other's ears. There was a hint of pride in her eyes. How could she not be proud? Li Qianxue had such charm at her age. It was very powerful. I want to learn from Mom and strive to be as charming as her when I'm her age. Hu Jinyao put his hand on her waist and gently exerted force. Honey, I hope you don't mean that you also want to have a few more suitors. I really do. When she went to Rome City, some people didn't know that she was married and kept pursuing her. Last month, there was even a pregnant woman's family member who said that he wanted to introduce her to a partner. Honey. Hu Jinyao gritted his teeth. It seems that I haven't been to your hospital recently. Don't worry, I'll pay more attention to your work next time. Su Qingsang pursed her lips and turned to look at him. There's no need for that, right? Yes. Hu Jinyao looked at her. I also have to let those ignorant people know that this famous flower of yours is taken. Su Qingsang's footsteps slowed down and she hooked her arm around Hu Jinyao's. Do you mean that I also need to go to your company from time to time to let them know that this famous flower of yours is taken? Of course. Same here. The couple looked at each other and smiled. It was fine if they made such a joke, but neither of them took it seriously. However, if your mother really chooses Wei Ting, do you really not mind? As Li Qianxue's suitor, Hu Jinyao had naturally investigated Wei Ting. I don't mind. There was nothing to mind. As long as my mother is happy. You're quite open-minded, but if your mother chooses your father. In the future, you and Su Peixian will be sisters again. Su Peixian was only sentenced to 5 years in prison. She had already been in prison for a year and a half. It was said that she had performed meritorious deeds again and her sentence had been reduced. Perhaps she would be released soon. We'll deal with it when it comes. It wasn't that Su Qingsang hadn't considered these problems. I believe that if my father really wants to be with my mother, he won't let Su Peijian mess around. That's true. If she really doesn't give up, I don't mind sending her in again. Hua Jinyao looked at Su Qingsang. He didn't feel the need to show mercy to Su Peijian. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived at the dining room. In the end, they found that Su Qinghui and Wei Ting weren't seated. They stood there and looked at each other. It turned out that old Master Li had always sat at the head of the table. In the past, Su Qinghui and Li Qianxue sat on either side of him. However, today, Su Qinghui wanted to sit with Li Qianxue. Before he could walk over and sit next to Li Qianxue, the annoying Wei Ting wanted to occupy that seat. This way, the two of them were facing each other again. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui. She didn't understand why he was always so childish today. Your seat isn't there. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him. That seat was the seat of the male head of the Li family. Seriously speaking, if he didn't want to sit there, she could make it so that he wouldn't even be able to sit there. Su Qinghui stood still. He didn't feel good now. She had clearly said that she would give him a chance, but as soon as Wei Ting came, Li Qianxue started to give him a hard time. Could it be that she really liked Wei Ting? Wei Ting, sit down. Li Qianxue really didn't want to scold him. No matter what, he was a guest. She didn't say that the seat he chose was for her daughter in the past, so she would forget about it today. Wei Ting received Li Qianxue's approval, and the smile on his face became more and more smug. He gave Su Qinghui a provocative look before sitting down opposite him. Su Qinghui, the dinner was very sumptuous. Today was not only Li Qianxue's birthday, but also because Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang had returned. Old Master Li was also in a good mood. He asked Uncle Zhang to open a bottle of wine. He was old and his blood pressure was high. Usually, the doctor didn't allow him to drink. However, he was happy today, so he could make an exception. After pouring half a glass, he looked at Li Qianxue with a gratified look in his eyes. Come, Qianxue. Let Dad toast you. Dad. Li Qianxue quickly picked up the wine glass. What are you talking about? I should be the one toasting you. For so many years, he had always tolerated her willfulness and carefully protected her. The person to thank was her. Happy birthday to you. Old Master Li glanced at Su Qinghui and Wei Ting as he spoke. Qianxue, no matter what decision you make, I support you. I only have one request. I want you to be happy. Thank you, Dad. Li Qianxue's eyes were a little wet. Qianxue, I'll toast you too. Su Qinghui also picked up his wine glass. Qianxue, happy birthday. You will definitely be happy. Because he would definitely give her happiness, and would not be like before, ignoring her, making her sad. This was his promise and his vow. Thank you. Qianxue, I'll toast you too. Wei Ting raised his glass as well. How could he let himself fall behind Su Qinghui? Happy birthday. Thank you. Next was the Su siblings, as well as Hua Jinyao. The atmosphere of the meal was quite good. Li Qianxue was still injured. She casually drank a little, but everyone stopped her from drinking anymore. After dinner, the group of people steadily went to the living room to sit. Originally, Wei Ting should have stood up and said goodbye. However, seeing that Su Qinghui didn't leave, he also sat down and didn't leave. At this time, Xiang and Nian, who were sleeping upstairs, also woke up and were carried down by the nanny. Li Qianxue looked at her grandchildren and was in an even better mood. In addition to the morning gift, Su Yusin also arranged a special program. He called the photographer to take a family photo for them. Wei Ting really didn't feel good now. No matter how hard he worked, they were family now, and he was the outsider. Qianxue. Wei Ting looked at Su Qinghui, who was sitting next to Old Master Li, with a sad expression. He and Li Qianxue were divorced, so they shouldn't be considered family anymore, right? This gift was what Li Qianxue wanted the most. She didn't expect that her youngest son, who usually didn't look obvious, would do things in an orderly manner. Seeing that the family in front of him was planning to take a family photo together, Wei Ting was really jealous. Chapter 746. Su Qinghui stood beside Li Qianxue and firmly occupied his position, trying to declare his sovereignty. The others looked at Wei Ting. Everyone had the same thought. This person gave off the feeling of a child who wanted candy but couldn't get it. Mom, let's begin. In the end, Su Yusin still helped his father a little. After all, Su Qinghui was his biological father. There was no reason not to help her own father and help an outsider. Li Qianxue looked at Wei Ting and her lips moved. In the end, she didn't ask him to take photos with her. It was not appropriate for them to take a family photo and let Wei Ting follow them into the country. The family used the living room as the background. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui. He was in a much better mood because of Li Qianxue's cold treatment of Wei Ting just now. To be honest, it was a little embarrassing to argue with a junior like Wei Ting. But the fact that Li Qianxue was on his side made him very happy. Under the arrangement of the photographer, the two of them sat on either side of Old Master Li. Then, Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang sat on the side with the baby in their arms, and finally, Su Yusin. Wei Ting realized that no one in the family paid attention to him. He stood at the side, feeling very resentful. He wanted to leave just like that, but he was unwilling to do so. What's more, he had prepared a big gift. There was no reason to ask him to leave before he had even given his gift, right? Li Qianxue followed her family to finish taking the family photo. The two little guys were surprisingly cooperative today. The two children's big black and white eyes twinkled, looking very photogenic. After taking the photo, Li Qianxue realized that she had been treated coldly by Wei Ting. She looked at him awkwardly and smiled. Wei Ting. Qianxue, you guys are done taking photos. Come and have some cake. He did not know when he had prepared it, but it would be pushed out. Everyone knew that Li Qianxue didn't like cake, so the Li family didn't prepare it. However, Wei Ting didn't know that when he asked someone to push the 3-layer cake out, she didn't refuse even if she didn't like it. Qianxue, come, light the candles and make another wish. Wei Ting was very interested and also wanted to get back at him. He lit the candle very eagerly. Then, he squeezed to her side and urged her to make a wish. Li Qianxue looked at Wei Ting, who was like a child. She didn't want to say that at her age, she wouldn't believe in something as illusory as making a wish. She always had a clear goal. Whatever she wanted, she would fight for it and work hard. But when he saw Wei Ting's excited gaze, he didn't object. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and made a wish. When she opened her eyes, she found that Wei Ting was holding his phone and taking a selfie with the two of them. Li Qianxue blinked and looked at Wei Ting. Wei Ting took this opportunity to take another photo. Looking at the photo, he waved it in front of Li Qianxue. Qianxue, you're so beautiful. Everyone present, Su Qinghui thought, are you treating me as if I don't exist? Qianxue. What did you wish for? Tell me and I'll make it happen for you. Wei Ting's words made Li Qianxue laugh. Didn't you say that the wish won't come true if it's said? It's all right. I am the great wishing immortal. I can grant your wishes. Wei Ting spoke mischievously, not caring that there were many other people present. At this moment, Su Qinghui inadvertently took 2 steps forward and squeezed between Wei Ting and Li Qianxue. Wei Ting, who was caught off guard, was pushed away by Su Qinghui. His expression didn't look good. Su Qinghui was 181 meters tall. Although he didn't have an 8-pack like Wei Ting, who trained every day, he was about the same height as Wei Ting, so he successfully blocked Wei Ting and Li Qianxue. Qianxue, happy birthday. Wei Ting was about to squeeze forward when Su Qinghui took the knife in Li Qianxue's hand. Your hand injury hasn't healed yet. Let me help you cut it. Looking at Su Qinghui's actions, it was too late for Wei Ting to take another step forward. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and stare at the figure in front of him. Invisible sparks floated in the air. Su Qingsang and Su Yusin looked at each other. This birthday was really lively. Wei Ting stayed at the Li family until very late. He was very stubborn and wanted to wait for Su Qinghui to leave before leaving. His intention was too obvious. No one present could not see it. Su Qingsang and Su Yu looked at each other and decided not to get involved. The 2 of them bade farewell to Old Master Li one after another and went upstairs. Mom, I'll go upstairs first. The child is going to sleep. As Hu Jinyao spoke, he followed them upstairs. The 2 babies were already tired from playing. The nanny had brought them upstairs. He was just making an excuse. Old Master Li watched the scene of 2 men fighting over a woman in front of him. Then, he looked at his daughter's expressionless face and stood up. Qianxue, Dad is getting old. I'm going to sleep first. In less than 3 minutes, only Li Qianxue and the other 2 were left in the huge living room. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui and then at Wei Ting. She felt a headache coming on. Wei Ting, it's getting late. I know. Wei Ting looked at the time and then at Su Qinghui. Isn't he still here? President Wei, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Su Qinghui couldn't help but ask. Why? Wei Ting wanted to say that it had nothing to do with him, but in the end, his status was still uncertain. However, this made him furious. Li Qianxue held her forehead. Wei Ting, it's really getting late. If there's anything, can we talk about it next time? It's getting late. Wei Ting pointed at Su Qinghui. President Su, can you leave now? President Wei, leave first. I still have something to say to Qianxue. I also have something to say to Qianxue. Wei Ting started arguing with Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue felt a headache coming on. All of you, leave. I'm tired. I need to go back and rest. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at Su Qinghui and Wei Ting. Wei Ting, Su Qinghui, the Li family is small. It can't accommodate you two. Both of you, leave. Qianxue. Qianxue. You still have to work tomorrow. Don't stay any longer. Also, don't come tomorrow. It's rare for Qingsang to come. I plan to accompany Qingsang and the 2 children for the next few days. She didn't give them any chance at all. Wei Ting took a step forward, and Su Qinghui blocked in front of him at the right time. The 2 of them looked at each other, neither of them giving in to the other. Li Qianxue looked back before she went upstairs. This scene made her pace quicken. She didn't want to talk to the 2 men at all. Wei Ting looked at Su Qinghui and knew that he had to leave today, but he couldn't let Su Qinghui stay. President Su, please. You're welcome. President Wei, please. Please. Wei Ting took a step forward and gestured for Su Qinghui to leave first. Su Qinghui glanced at him. His expression didn't change as he walked out calmly. The two men walked side by side out of the Li family's gate. Their cars were still parked at the gate. It was also because there weren't many visitors today. Otherwise, no one would be able to enter if they parked like this. President Su, get in the car. If you don't drive away, my car can't leave either. Wei Ting was guarding against Su Qinghui. He wanted to stay and accompany Li Qianxue, but he couldn't. Su Qinghui glanced at him, got in the car, and started it. Wei Ting heaved a sigh of relief and got into the car. Su Qinghui's car was heading in the direction of the Li family. He had to turn around first. Wei Ting backed the car a little and let Su Qinghui turn around. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Qinghui's car drove into the gate of the Li family. Wei Ting's eyes widened. Before he could react, the door had already closed. Su Qinghui Wei Ting was furious. Why didn't this person follow the routine? Su Qinghui's car stopped inside the gate for a moment. He turned around and looked at Wei Ting through the carved iron gate. Chief Wei, I forgot to remind you that I've lived here for more than 20 years. This door recognizes its master. He turned around and drove the car to the Li family's garage. Wei Ting stopped the car and got out of the car. He wanted to knock on the door, but he was afraid that he would make Li Qianxue unhappy. Feeling gloomy, he could only get into the car angrily. But in his heart, he decided that he must think of a way to get back at them. Su Qinghui didn't care what Wei Ting was thinking. After parking the car, he greeted Uncle Zhang and said that he still had a gift for Li Qianxue. Why would Uncle Zhang stop him? Seeing that Li Qianxue had let him in for a meal, a birthday celebration, and a family photo, why would she chase him away again? Su Qinghui went upstairs without a hitch. On the other side, Li Qianxue hadn't gone to take a shower yet. The table in the room was filled with the gifts she had received today. Birthdays were actually celebrated every year, but every year, she felt happy to receive the care of old Master Li and the children. Worldly possessions were nothing. The most satisfying birthday present for her was to have her whole family together. She opened Su Qingsang's gift and looked at Su Yusin's. They were both not bad. She could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. She was a little touched. After putting away the gifts one by one, she finally saw Su Qinghui's gift. She wasn't in a hurry to open it. Instead, she picked up the box and looked at it for a while. She naturally knew about Gu Langxian. When it opened, he even invited her to support it. Opening the box, she saw a set of expensive necklaces. The style and design were first class. She had seen this set of jewelry in Gu Langxuan's brochure. She didn't expect Su Qinghui to choose this set of jewelry for her. It could be considered thoughtful. Do you like it? Let me help you put it on. The sudden voice behind her shocked Li Qianxue. Why are you up here? She turned around and looked at Su Qinghui. Didn't he leave with Wei Ting? Your birthday isn't over yet. I wanted to come up to accompany you. Su Qinghui's words made Li Qianxue frown slightly. She put down the box, leaned back a little, and looked up at him. Su Qinghui, I don't think I agreed to let you enter the house. But, you didn't object either. As he spoke, Su Qinghui went forward and sat down beside her. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. And you didn't ask me to stay. When did I say I asked you to stay? Isn't it? Su Qinghui looked at her raised eyebrows. When you went upstairs just now, you turned around and looked at me. Didn't you want me to stay? You're thinking too much. I don't think I'm thinking too much. Su Qinghui rarely looked like a rascal. Besides, I really don't want to leave today. He didn't like Wei Ting and couldn't stand him being so arrogant. It was good to have a chance to anger him. Li Qianxue narrowed her eyes at him. Where's Wei Ting? The certainty on Su Qinghui's face disappeared. Can you not mention him? He was really jealous today, especially when Wei Ting took the photo with Li Qianxue. He held it in for a long time and didn't snatch Wei Ting's phone and delete the photo. Are you jealous? Li Qianxue raised her eyebrows, and her well-maintained and exquisite face had an unconcealable charm. Su Qinghui's breathing was a little sluggish. He placed his hand on Li Qianxue's waist. I thought I was very obvious. Is that so? I don't feel anything. Li Qianxue deliberately reached out and gently tapped Su Qinghui's chest. I only remember that year, you told me that if I couldn't stand the loneliness one day, I could go outside and find a man. Qianxue. Was she planning to bring up the past from time to time? Actually, now that I think about it, maybe I really should find a man. What do you think of this idea? Not much. Su Qinghui tightened his grip on her waist, lowered his head, and kissed her on the lips. Qianxue, don't use this to anger me. You don't want to admit it. No. What had been done in the past was done. There was nothing to deny, and he wouldn't hide it. I just think that no matter how many men you find outside, they're not as good as me. Arrogant. I think this is confidence. That's enough. Li Qianxue stood up. She didn't intend to continue arguing with Su Qinghui like this. It's really getting late. I need to go rest. If there's nothing else, you should go back first. Qianxue, he thought. Don't think about staying. Li Qianxue walked to the bathroom door and turned to look at him. Don't forget, you're still under observation. This year, I want to see your performance. Qianxue, I drank alcohol today. Su Qinghui sat still. You know, drunk driving is illegal. Yes. Li Qianxue nodded. Ask Xiao Ran to pick you up. Qianxue. She didn't have to, right? That's it. You can ask Xiao Ran to pick you up. Or you can call a taxi. Uncle Zhang should agree to this. So, help yourself. Su Qinghui stood up and walked in front of her. When she was about to close the bathroom door, he placed a hand on the door. The Li family has many guest rooms. I don't think there's a need for my room. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue gently pressed his hand down. Haste makes waste. I don't think you don't even have this little bit of patience. Su Qinghui looked into Li Qianxue's eyes and knew that he had no hope of staying today. He nodded and pushed the door open a little more. The night is long and I can't sleep. I should ask you for some benefits. Su Qinghui, at least, I'll feel better tonight. As he spoke, he reached out to hold her waist and lowered his head to kiss her lips. It was summer, and their clothes were very thin. Their bodies melded into one. The kiss was extremely lingering. Su Qinghui tried his best to restrain himself before pulling away. His forehead touched hers. His breath was chaotic and rapid. Qianxue, I really don't want to leave. If you don't leave, don't blame me for ending the observation period early. I'll sentence you to death. She was a person who would do what she said. Su Qinghui knew that she would do what she said. This woman could be really ruthless sometimes. Okay. I'm leaving. Rest early. I'll come to see you tomorrow. No need. Li Qianxue shook her head. Qingsang and Jinyao won't stay in Lin City for too long. I want to accompany them for the next 2 days and Miss Nianji. Don't come. Qianxue, they're also my grandson and granddaughter. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to come to see the children. We'll talk about it later. Li Qianxue pushed him out. Now, I need to take a shower and sleep. And you need to leave this place. Su Qinghui watched her mercilessly close the door and smiled bitterly in his heart. How heartless. In the next few days, Su Qinghui didn't listen to Li Qianxue. He still ran to the Li family every day, very diligently. On one hand, he wanted to get back at Li Qianxue, and on the other hand, he felt guilty towards Su Qingsang. He wanted to spend more time with the daughter he had neglected since she was a child. Su Qingsang was already past the age where she needed fatherly love. She wasn't disgusted by Su Qinghui's actions, nor was she touched. However, Su Qinghui and Hu Jinyao had a lot to talk about. After all, their Qianhui company also had a share in the cooperation between Tianyu Group and the Li Corporation. This way, it wouldn't be awkward. Su Qinghui and Hu Jinyao chatted happily. Su Qingsang and Li Qianxue preferred to accompany the two children. Su Qingsang's maternity leave had long ended and she had started to work. Therefore, after staying in Lin City for a few days and making sure that Li Qianxue's health was fine, she and Hu Jinyao returned to Rong City. After all, Old Master Hua and Lu Tongjia were very concerned about the twins. They were anxious about not seeing them for a day, let alone taking them away for so many days. After Su Qingsang left, Li Qianxue's hand had almost recovered. She returned to work at the company, but Su Qinghui felt that she didn't care about her health. After failing to stop her, he reduced her workload by more than half. Su Qinghui had been in the Li Corporation for more than 20 years. Although he had left for more than a year, both his human relations and his previous management were still there. There were also many people who gave him face. Therefore, as a special consultant, he would help Li Qianxue deal with some of the business. This way, he was even busier than before. When he was busy, not only did Qiao Ran have to work overtime with him, but even the secretary in the secretary's office had to work overtime with him. Jing Shu had been in the secretary's office for a few days. When the previous secretary finished the handover, she began to slowly get used to it. After the first few days of being in a hurry, she had now figured out the rules and was beginning to be able to keep up with Su Qinghui's pace. That day, Su Qinghui finished dealing with the company and was about to go home when he realized that the lights in the secretary's office were still on. He went forward to take a look and saw that Jing Shu was still working on the documents. Secretary Jing, why haven't you left yet? Ha! It's already done. Jing Shu stood up and hurriedly tidied up the desk. Then, she carried her bag and quickly ran to Su Qinghui. President Su, you just got off work. Yes. Su Qinghui nodded and watched as Jing Shu turned off the lights and locked the door. Why? Did the company arrange a lot of work? You haven't finished it even now. It's not that. Jing Shu shook her head. She seemed to be a little embarrassed and said, because I read last year's report and read the information of all the companies that have cooperated with our Qianhui. I was careless and it was too late. I'm sorry. Chapter 747. As he spoke, he had already walked to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, he looked at Jing Shu. Did anyone specifically ask you to do it? No. Jing Shu shook her head. I took the initiative to see it. After all, I'm now a part of the company and the secretary of the secretary's office. I have to know more about the company, right? Not bad. Su Qinghui liked people with a positive work attitude. It was the same when Su Peijian worked at the Li Corporation. Although she was willful, she would never be careless in business. Now that he looked at Jing Shu, his gaze was more certain. As if encouraged by him, Jing Shu stood up straight, her gaze firm. President Su, don't worry. I will work hard. Su Qinghui smiled. Okay, good luck. I will. Jing Shu looked at the time. It was already past dinner time. President Su, have you had dinner? No. Su Qinghui was going back to the Li family today. He planned to eat there. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Jing Shu looked at Su Qinghui with anticipation in her eyes. I haven't thanked you for not pursuing the matter at the hospital last time. Also, about you hiring me, no need. What happened at the hospital is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. As for hiring you, it's also because of your ability. And Jing Shu's performance during this period of time in the company also made him believe in his own judgment. I still have to thank you. Jing Shu bit her lip. She was extra persistent on this matter. I also have some questions to ask you, so President Su, please give me a chance. There's really no need. Su Qinghui still wanted to see Li Qianxue as soon as possible. Jing Shu couldn't hide her disappointment, but she still stopped and didn't continue to invite him. The two of them walked out of the elevator together. Su Qinghui's car was parked in the underground parking lot. The driver was already waiting. When the elevator went down, Su Qinghui glanced at Jing Shu. Isn't Secretary Jing going home? My car is over there. As Jing Shu spoke, she suddenly exclaimed, look at my memory. My car has been sent for maintenance. Her face was full of embarrassment, as if she was embarrassed that she had forgotten such an important matter. Seriously, I've been working overtime. Su Qinghui was about to get into the car, but he stopped because of her words. Where does Secretary Jing live? Bright Moon Bay. Mingyue Bay was in the same direction as the Li family. Su Qinghui thought for a moment and said, let me take you there. Aw. How can I do that? It's alright, it's on the way anyway. Let's go. Su Qinghui got into the car first as he spoke. Jing Shu did not dare to let her boss open the door for her. She opened the door and got in. President Su, are you going home? Yes. Oh. Jing Shu nodded. She seemed to have thought of something. Director Su, are you living alone now? Yes. Many people in the company knew about his divorce. Although he was pursuing Li Qianxue now, not many people knew about it. Who usually takes care of you? I'm already an adult, I don't need anyone to take care of me. Su Qinghui hired a part-time cleaner to clean the place where he lived, and he usually took care of the simple things himself. Mr. Su, you've worked too hard, Jing Shu said. Su Qinghui glanced at her and didn't reply. It wasn't hard, but he felt lonely. Ever since he divorced Li Qianxue, he felt lonely every day. He didn't say anything, but Jing Shu wanted to say a few more words to him. By the way, the City Star project was actually designed by our company. Can I go to the construction site next time to take a look? The City Star project was praised by the city last time and was even on the news. Jing Shu used this as a topic, and sure enough, Su Qinghui looked at her. You want to go to the construction site? Yes, can't I? Of course. Su Qinghui didn't think that people who worked in the office had to stay in the office all the time. Sometimes, he had to experience it himself. That's great. President Su, you're so nice. Jing Shu smiled brightly. Su Qinghui looked at her smiling face and for a moment, he thought he saw his daughter. She turned her face away. Su Peijian was Su Peijian. Just because someone who looked a little like her came in, it didn't mean anything. He didn't continue, and Jing Shu didn't speak either. The car soon stopped at the entrance of Mingyue Bay. Thank you, President Su. Goodbye, President Su. Su Qinghui didn't take this matter to heart. To him, it was just a small interlude. He would give Jing Shu a chance because she looked a little like Su Peijian, and he would let her go further because of her outstanding ability. But that was all. Su Peijian was Su Peijian, and Jing Shu was Jing Shu. He appreciated people who had the ability to work. Li Qianxue's hand was almost healed. As long as she didn't use too much strength to carry heavy objects, under normal circumstances, it didn't matter. However, Su Qinghui was very nervous about her hand and wouldn't let her use her left hand easily. It takes 100 days to recover from an injury. You have to recuperate for 100 days no matter what. Li Qianxue didn't reply. Recently, the Li Corporation had been evaluating the advanced enterprises in the province. This was an opportunity to make the company famous. For this evaluation, the company decided to shoot a few advertisements as promotional videos. The planning department sent a few plans in this area, but she always felt that they were lacking. He saw that she was holding a document in her right hand and was about to pick up a teacup with her left hand. Su Qinghui picked up the teacup and brought it to her mouth. Li Qianxue, whose left hand missed, looked at Su Qinghui. I'll help you. Su Qinghui, you don't have to do this. Li Qianxue had a very strong heart. To her, she really could do these things. I hope you can take good care of your hand. Su Qinghui was very stubborn. He held the cup for a long time and didn't put it down. Li Qianxue couldn't argue with him, so she took a sip of tea with his hand. After drinking it, she realized that this tea tasted a little different from the ones she used to drink. What's this taste? Brown sugar ginger tea. Su Qinghui put down the cup. When he met Li Qianxue's puzzled eyes, he took the initiative to explain, "Didn't you say that you had a stomachache when you had your period last month?" I asked, and they said that it's good to drink this. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui's face and suddenly didn't know what to say. She paid attention to health, so her body was naturally in good shape. It was just that because she had damaged her vitality when she gave birth to Su Yusin, she had always had a problem of abdominal pain when she had her period for so many years. Last month, it was just 2 days after the cast on her hand was removed. Su Qinghui asked her, and she only said that it was because of her period. She didn't expect him to remember. Although your period won't come until 2 days later, I asked. It seems to be early. Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Qinghui thought that she was unhappy, so he explained again. By the way, I know an old Chinese medicine doctor before. Why don't you ask her to take your pulse next time? No need. Li Qianxue came back to her senses and shook her head. She was in good health and didn't need to see a Chinese medicine doctor. Why not? Dr. Wan is a very good Chinese medicine doctor. He is very good at nursing. I really think you should go and see him. As he spoke, he picked up his watch and glanced at it. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. Let's go. Let's go to the doctor. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue looked at the documents in her hand. I still have work. I won't run around even if I don't work for a day. But my body can't be delayed. Su Qinghui got up and pulled her up. Let's go. Li Qianxue was pulled up by him. She could only put down the documents in her hand. But drink this while it's hot first. Su Qinghui brought the ginger tea in front of her again. This time, Li Qianxue drank it cooperatively. She followed behind Su Qinghui and looked at his back. There was a thought in her heart, Su Qinghui was really different. Dr. Wan was an old doctor at the first hospital of the city. He was in his 70s this year. The hospital had originally hired him, but after working for a few years, he chose to return to the community to serve the residents. He was especially good at taking pulses and gynecology. Su Chenghui took Li Qianxue directly to the community where Dr. Wan worked. Coincidentally, there were basically no people today. Dr. Wan took Li Qianxue's pulse and looked at Li Qianxue's face. "You're in good health. There's no big problem. Just this. I'll give you a few doses of Chinese medicine. You'll be fine after taking it. Take Chinese medicine." Li Qianxue's scalp went numb when she thought of the black and bitter Chinese medicine. "Aren't there any pills or medicines like that?" "Young man, don't doubt what the old man said. Take the medicine according to what kind of illness it is. Medicines, pills, even if it's Western medicine, have an effect, but after processing, the effect will be reduced to a certain extent. You'll recover the fastest if you take Chinese medicine." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Wan." Su Chenghui squeezed Li Qianxue's hand and looked at her comfortingly. "Don't worry, it won't be too bitter. You're not the one taking the medicine. Of course you'll say it won't be bitter." Li Qianxue looked at Dr. Wan, who was scribbling down the prescription. She didn't expect that she would be brought out to see a doctor by Su Chenghui while she was sitting in the office. After seeing the doctor, she went to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Su Chenghui brought Li Qianxue back. When he came, he was a little worried. Now, Su Chenghui was relieved. "Since Dr. Wan asked you to take your medicine well, you should take it well." "Got it." Li Qianxue looked at Su Chenghui now and really felt that he had become a different person. He cared about her so much and remembered her things so clearly. He was really different from the past. In her heart, she was more or less moved. Sitting in the car, she thought that if Su Chenghui continued to be like this, maybe one day, she would fall in love with him again and accept him. Maybe she would really give him a chance. Su Chenghui was about to start the car when he suddenly met Li Qianxue's gaze. "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about not taking your medicine?" "Don't worry, Dr. Li's medical skills are very good. You see, he only prescribed you medicine for a week. A week passes very quickly." "I know." Li Qianxue lowered her head and didn't say that she wasn't thinking about taking the medicine. "Su Chenghui." "Yes. Do you know why I have dysmenorrhea?" She wouldn't have it in the past. "Why?" "Because when I gave birth to Yusin, it had a certain impact on my body. All these years, she actually knew that she needed to take care of herself, but she never seriously went to see a doctor to solve this problem. Subconsciously, she wanted to keep such a small problem to remind herself of Su Chenghui's ruthlessness in the past." Her words made Su Chenghui's expression change. "Qianxue, I don't want to bring up the past. I just want to tell you. I think you should know. There was no point in looking into the past anymore. The past was the past." However, she didn't feel that she should hide the suffering and bitterness she had suffered. "Qianxue, I understand. I understand." Su Chenghui reached out to hug her. "I won't forget." "Then remember it. Remember the mistakes he had made, remember what he had done. If he really wanted to make up for it, he would remember it well. Then he would never make the same mistake again." "Yes. I will." Su Chenghui hugged her tightly. He felt a slight, tight pain in his heart. He remembered very clearly what happened when Su Yusin was born. He could only rejoice again that Qianxue was willing to give him a chance. He would definitely cherish this opportunity. He tightened his arms and held her tightly in his arms. Su Chenghui swore in his heart. "The advertising plan has been decided. That's it. What do you think?" Su Chenghui took the document from Li Qianxue's hand and glanced at it. When he looked up again, there was a smile in his eyes. "You've already decided. Why are you asking me?" "Yes, I've already decided. I'm just asking you to confirm my decision. Then you don't have to ask. Su Qinghui put down the document. You know, I will unconditionally support any decision you make now. Li Qianxue didn't answer him. She took the document back, pressed the internal line, and ordered the planning department and the publicity department to shoot the advertisement as soon as possible. She put down the document and crossed her hands on the table. Speaking of which, you seem to be really free recently. They almost wanted to move their office space to my place. Why? Qianhui Company is in a slump now, and you can't even pay the rent for the office. Yes. Su Qinghui went along with her joke and said, I wonder if President Li is interested in taking me in. Not interested. Li Qianxue solved a few important company matters at hand and stood up. But I want to go for afternoon tea now. Are you interested? My pleasure. Su Qinghui stood up. I heard that Four Seasons has changed its dessert chef. Let's go. We can go and have a taste. I'm going to Four Seasons. The Li Corporation had shares in the Four Seasons Hotel. Li Qianxue would go and have a look when she was free. The two of them went downstairs and got into the car. Today, Su Qinghui's car was sent for maintenance. The driver was waiting downstairs. The Li Corporation wasn't too far from Four Seasons. After getting into the car, Li Qianxue thought about what else she had to do. When she turned to look at Su Qinghui, she saw a strand of hair on the back seat. A long chestnut hair. She suddenly narrowed her eyes slightly. Li Qianxue's hair was black. She cherished her long hair very much, so she usually didn't dye it or perm it. Chapter 748. What happened? He noticed that Li Qianxue was staring at him. He turned to look at her with a puzzled gaze. Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui. She didn't believe that Su Qinghui would do anything to hurt her at this time. Not to mention his behavior during this period of time, in the past few decades, no matter how much he disliked her, he had never gone out to find another woman. He was very strict and self-disciplined. Therefore, the woman couldn't have anything to do with Su Qinghui. However, this strand of hair was left in such a position. It could only mean one thing: someone was interested in Su Qinghui. It's nothing. I'm just a little hungry. I'll ask little Chen to drive faster. Su Qinghui didn't notice that there was a long hair behind him. How's your company recently? Li Qianxue withdrew her gaze from the strand of hair and spoke in a seemingly casual manner. Not bad. Su Qinghui's Qianhui Company's main business was investment. When he left the Li Corporation, he decided to choose this one after many considerations. After all, he had so many years of experience and mature clients. We've discussed a few new cooperation projects. By the way, one of them is from Rong City. I'm going there next week. He could also visit Su Peijian on the way. In the end, he was still worried about his daughter. It's good to go to Rong City. I want to go to Rong City too. Although Su Qingsang had just brought her child here, she wanted to go there even more. She couldn't get enough of the soft and fragrant baby in her arms. Why don't we go together? Su Qinghui reached out to hold her hand. Let's take it as a vacation and relax. What do you think? Nothing. Li Qianxue withdrew her hand. She did not forget about that strand of hair. Although I promised you that I would give you a chance, don't push your luck. There was a hint of teasing in her voice. Ever since the ice between the two of them broke, the way they interacted with each other had become much more casual. The two of them weren't young anymore. They wouldn't be so clingy as to stick together or whatever. Even during the day, the two of them were similar to how they used to be. They talked about business and gave some suggestions and ideas for the development of the company. Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui had worked together for many years. Often, they could understand each other's feelings with just a glance. In the past, he had attributed this to a long-term habit, but now, there was something else to it. They felt like an old married couple. I don't think I'm pushing my luck. Su Qinghui moved closer to her. Besides, don't you want to go to Rong City to see Qingsang? Yes. Li Qianxue leaned against the backrest. But I don't want to go with you. Her red lips were slightly parted, her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite, and her every movement carried a temperament that made people unable to shift their eyes away. Su Qinghui once again felt that he had been blind in the past. He couldn't help but hold her hand and kiss it. But I want you to come with me. Then take your time to think about it. Li Qianxue glanced at the strand of hair from the corner of her eye and made a decision in her heart. When Su Qinghui walked out of the conference room, he was told that someone was waiting for him in the reception room. Who is it? Most people would make an appointment in advance if they wanted to come. Qiao Ran stepped forward. Madam is here. As one of Su Qinghui's confidants, Qiao Ran knew very well how much Su Qinghui valued Li Qianxue recently. So as soon as the meeting ended, he quickly told him. Su Qinghui's eyes lit up. During this period of time, he had been going to the Li Corporation every day and almost didn't treat the Li Corporation as his own home. However, Li Qianxue had never come to Qianhui Company to look for him even once. Today, she actually took the initiative to look for him. He was too surprised. With a faint smile on his face, his footsteps quickened. Jing Shu had followed Su Qinghui to the meeting room to take notes. She was about to show the notes in her hand to Su Qinghui when she saw the smile on his face. She was stunned for a moment and subconsciously followed behind Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at Jing Shu. Make a pot of rose tea and come in. Also, ask Xiao Lin to buy Shangsong cake. Jing Shu's hand that was holding the meeting notes tightened. Usually, she didn't do the work of pouring tea and serving water. Today, Su Qinghui actually asked her to come. She lowered her eyes and thought about it carefully. She went to the pantry first. Qianxue. Su Qinghui entered the reception room. Li Qianxue sat on the sofa. She was holding a magazine in her hand and was casually flipping through it. When she saw Su Qinghui come in, she looked up at him and smiled. Su Qinghui was captivated by Li Qianxue's smile. She looked a little different today from when she was at work. Her long hair wasn't tied up. Instead, it was casually scattered behind her head. Because of her long-term hairstyle, her hair was a little curly, making her look a little different. She was wearing a classic Hepburn black dress. She had a good figure, and the black color made her look mysterious and noble. When he smiled faintly, Su Qinghui clearly heard his heartbeat speed up uncontrollably. Why are you here? He quickly walked forward, his eyes filled with amazement and surprise. What's the matter? Is it about City Star or business? Neither. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Li Qianxue raised her hand and brushed her long hair. Su Qinghui's breathing stopped. He couldn't help but step forward like a young boy and hug her. Yes. He really couldn't help but lower his head to find her lips and give her a deep kiss. Li Qianxue surprisingly didn't push him away. Instead, she hooked her arms around his neck and was very cooperative. Her reaction made Su Qinghui more and more unable to stop. If he didn't have the last bit of self-control and knew where it was, he had no doubt that he would do more to her. Qianxue. He pressed his forehead against hers and looked into her bright eyes. You didn't come to the company to seduce me, did you? Li Qianxue placed one hand on his shoulder and the other on his chest. She gently tapped on it. What if I say yes? You succeeded. Su Qinghui felt thirsty now. You successfully turned me into a young boy. Li Qianxue smiled, as if she was quite satisfied with the effect she had created. She tiptoed and kissed him lightly on the lips. Then, what about now? Qianxue. Su Qinghui panted heavily. Don't seduce me. You know, men's self-control is always very poor. Especially when it comes to the woman they love. From the moment Li Qianxue agreed to give him a chance, it wasn't that he hadn't thought that the two of them would go further. But he also knew that Li Qianxue needed time. So he had been holding it in during this period of time. But if she continued like this, she couldn't guarantee that she would be able to hold it in. Really? Li Qianxue smiled. All right. I won't tease you anymore. It's my aunt's cousin's birthday tonight. I'm going, so I came to tell you that I can't have dinner with you tonight. Qianxue. So? Su Qinghui looked at her with a slightly depressed expression. You came here specially to say this? Yes. Li Qianxue raised her eyebrows. What else? Qianxue. Su Qinghui lost to her. You really know how to torture me. He knew that one look and one movement from her could make him lose control, but he still came to seduce her. All right. I'm leaving. Li Qianxue was about to leave, but Su Qinghui wrapped his arms around her waist again and lowered his head to kiss her lips heavily. Ugh, Su Qinghui's voice sounded between her lips. You made me not see you for another night. You have to give me some interest, right? His words were unclear, and it was difficult for her to hear what he was saying clearly. She couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to cater to him and give him some sweetness, she heard footsteps outside the door. Su Qinghui, who thought that she hadn't punished herself enough, tightened his arms around her waist. He lowered his head and was about to continue. President Su, the tea you wanted. The door of the reception room was opened. Su Qinghui let go of her hand, and a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Jing Shu didn't expect that she would see such an explosive scene as soon as she entered the room. For a moment, she couldn't even speak smoothly. President Su, the tea you wanted. And snacks. The champagne wasn't far downstairs. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been delivered so quickly. He glanced at Li Qianxue with hidden scrutiny and hostility in his eyes. Leave it. With his subordinates around, Su Qinghui naturally couldn't continue. He stepped back a little, but his hand was still holding Li Qianxue's hand. Have some tea. I asked someone to buy champagne dessert. Come and try it. Okay. Li Qianxue nodded and looked at Jing Shu without leaving a trace. The white suit made her look young, and her facial features were vaguely familiar. Most importantly, Li Qianxue narrowed her eyes and looked at the other party's chestnut-colored hair. Qinghui, this is... As she was held by Su Qinghui and sat down again, she seemed to inadvertently glance at Jing Shu. This is Jing Shu, our company's newly hired secretary. Although he didn't understand why Li Qianxue was suddenly interested in Jing Shu, Su Qinghui took another look at Jing Shu. Oh. Isn't your secretary that Sister Huang? Sister Huang is unexpectedly pregnant. It's her second child. She went back to give birth. Oh. I see. As Li Qianxue spoke, she glanced at Jing Shu again. She had already put down the tray in her hand. She took a step back and stood up straight. She didn't go out. Instead, she stood there and looked at Li Qianxue. With just this glance, she didn't miss the trace of hostility and scrutiny hidden in Jing Shu's eyes. She also didn't miss Jing Shu's intention when she looked at Su Qinghui. She suddenly smiled. Why do I feel that your secretary Jing looks a little familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Really? Su Chenghui didn't know what to say. Jing Shu looked a little like Su Peijian. And now, Li Qianxue didn't like Su Peijian very much. Because of what Su Peijian had done to Su Qingsang previously, even if Su Peijian had gone to prison, she still felt that it wasn't enough. Now that Li Qianxue mentioned it, he suddenly didn't know how to answer. People are similar. Maybe I look like someone you know. Jing Shu didn't avoid it. Instead, she stood in front of Li Qianxue and spoke openly. Her voice was very soft, but it couldn't hide the hint of provocation in her expression. Even if it was just a flash. But who was Li Qianxue? She suddenly turned her face to look at Su Qinghui and curled the corners of her lips slightly. Qinghui. Yes. The feeling she brought him just now hadn't subsided. Su Qinghui's heart softened a little when she suddenly called him like this. What's wrong? Her. Li Qianxue gently pointed at Jing Shu. I don't like her. Fire her. There was a few seconds of silence in the air. Jing Shu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that the woman in front of her could use such a tone as if she was talking about the weather. Madam, she took a step forward in exasperation and glared at Li Qianxue. She couldn't hide the displeasure in her eyes. What did you say? I said, fire you. If the hair that was accidentally left in Su Qinghui's car was a silent provocation left by this young woman. From the moment she came in until now, all of Jing Shu's actions and reactions were conveying one meaning. She had her eyes on Su Qinghui and was determined to get him. Before Jing Shu could say anything, Su Qinghui held Li Qianxue's hand and placed it on his lap. Can I ask why? Li Qianxue had never been an unreasonable person. There's no why. Li Qianxue turned her face to look at him. Her raised eyebrows gave off a matter-of-fact aura. I just don't like you and am unhappy. Su Qinghui. You have to know, as she spoke, her long finger tapped on his chest. Even if a female mosquito appears around you, you have to get my permission. So, what do you think? Her extremely beautiful eyes stared directly at Su Qinghui. She didn't hide her emotions and intentions at all. Jing Shu stood at the side. At this moment, she felt as if her heart was about to stop beating. She couldn't help but look at Su Qinghui. She didn't believe that with Su Qinghui's personality, he would really listen to Li Qianxue. One had to know that Su Qinghui was famous for being easy to talk to in the company. As long as they didn't offend him, he was usually very gentle to people and didn't put on any airs at all. Su Qinghui didn't feel Jing Shu's gaze. He just looked at Li Qianxue. Li Qianxue was willful. He had known this a long time ago. Her family background and her ability gave her the right to be willful. In the past, he didn't like such willfulness. He always felt that it was too domineering and annoying. But today, Li Qianxue used such willfulness on him, and he felt happy. He turned to look at Jing Shu with a calm expression. Did you hear that? Go to the finance department later to settle your salary. I'll ask them to give you an extra month's salary as compensation. President Su. Jing Shu couldn't believe her ears at all. She thought that there was something wrong with her hearing. You really want to fire me? Li Qianxue didn't say anything. She leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner and picked up the tea in front of her to take a sip. It tasted good. She was in a good mood. The moment she put down the teacup, she didn't forget to look at her hands. The color of her nails was a little faded. She would choose a time to do it again and also do some hand care. Her expression was calm and she still had time to think about what she was going to do. On the other side, Jing Shu couldn't help but scream. President Su, why? What did I do wrong? Why do you want to fire me? Chapter 749. During this period of time, Jing Shu had been working hard to perform. Not only Su Qinghui, but even the people in the secretarial office and the president's assistant office praised her. Su Qinghui had praised her several times. She was sure that her plan was going well, but she didn't expect that Li Qianxue would suddenly make such a move. She naturally knew who Li Qianxue was. But in the past, he had only seen them in magazines and on television. This was the first time he had met them in person. She really couldn't help but look at Li Qianxue just now. She was too young and couldn't hide her emotions. She was even willing to admit that Li Qianxue's temperament and appearance were first class. But so what? She was younger than her and had more opportunities to interact with Su Qinghui. Youth was her capital. She believed in herself. However, Jing Shu would never have thought that Li Qianxue would never play by the rules. Compared to Jing Shu's exasperation, Li Qianxue was much calmer. She leisurely ate the snacks and drank the rose tea. Well, Xiangsong's desserts were not bad this time. She could buy some for old Master Li on the way back. You didn't do anything wrong. Sitting next to her, Su Qinghui's expression didn't change, but his voice had become colder. He had seen Jing Shu's performance during this period of time in the company. To be honest, his ability was indeed not bad. But so what? It's just that my wife doesn't like you. As he spoke, he directly pressed the internal line on the table and instructed Xiao Ran. Jing Shu was furious. She tried her best to keep her facial features from twisting. Boss Su, are you going to learn from King Yu of Zhou? Li Qianxue was the one who laughed. She leisurely put down the teacup in her hand and turned her body to look at Jing Shu. She glanced at her with great amusement, then turned to look at Su Qinghui. Is she complimenting me on my beauty? Yes. A faint smile appeared in Su Qinghui's eyes. Yes. She was complimenting you on your beauty. Li Qianxue smiled. She touched her face narcissistically and glanced at Su Qinghui. Tell me, who is prettier, me or Baoxi? Of course, Su Qinghui knew that she did it on purpose. In my heart, you're the most beautiful. No one can compare to him. Li Qianxue was satisfied and satisfied. Jing Shu looked at Li Qianxue rudely twisting her meaning, and the two of them showing off their love as if there was no one else around. She only felt that her teeth were about to fall off. She stopped looking at Li Qianxue and took another step forward. She walked up to Su Qinghui and looked at him. Mr. Su, you're clearly not distinguishing between public and private affairs. Could it be that the employee handbook we were given when we entered the company was fake? Su Qinghui did not expect Jing Shu to be so persistent. Originally, he felt that it was a pity for this talent, but now, he was a little impatient. I'm sorry. I don't admit that you can't separate public and private affairs. Because, he glanced at Li Qianxue with a smile in his eyes and a gentle look in his eyes. What's mine is Qianxue's. If she is willing, I can even give her Qianhui Company. Since Qianhui Company was hers, it was her freedom to fire a person or not. So, how can there be a distinction between public and private interests? This sentence dumbfounded Jing Shu, and Li Qianxue was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Su Qinghui to say something like that. Su Qinghui pinched her palm and said with a focused expression, Qianxue, what's mine is yours. Everything I have comes from you. Whether it's my company, my property, or even my life, I can give it to you. Li Qianxue enjoyed his confession when he had the opportunity. The emotional fluctuation that she had felt before had completely disappeared. It's a deal. It's all mine. She placed her hand on Su Qinghui's chest and said very seriously, I don't want your life. But your heart can only be mine. If you don't keep it well, I won't be happy. I will definitely keep it well. Su Qinghui held her hand and kissed it as if there was no one else around. Believe me. I believe you for the time being. As for the future, of course, it still depended on her performance. She stood up and patted Su Qinghui's shoulder. All right. I'm leaving. I still want to pick out a gift for Auntie on the way. I'll accompany you. Su Qinghui stood up as well, but Li Qianxue pressed his body back down. All right. I'm not a little girl who needs you to accompany me every day. You should deal with the matter in front of you first. As she spoke, she glanced at Jing Shu again. Such a disobedient subordinate. I hope I won't be able to see her the next time I come. Definitely. Su Qinghui thought that Li Qianxue's actions might have been due to a certain reason. He suddenly smiled. Next time I recruit people, I'll remember to tell them that it's limited to men. Okay. Li Qianxue didn't stand on ceremony. It was true that she had promised to give Su Qinghui a chance. It was also true that she was still investigating Su Qinghui. However, she didn't like the opposite sex around Su Qinghui. It was like this in the past, and it was still like this now. Take Sister Huang for example. When she was hired, she was already married. The previous two secretaries also had old husbands. However, her actions had caused Su Qinghui to retaliate. He had even quarreled with her because of this. He said that even if there were no other women, he wouldn't look at her anymore. But even if Su Qinghui said that, she still did what she wanted. Since she could be so willful in the past, now that Su Qinghui had a favor to ask of her, so what if she was willful? Jing Shu was completely at a loss for words. The situation in front of her had greatly exceeded her plan. She had forgotten how to react. She could only stare blankly at the man and woman in front of her. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was gorgeous and noble. From the looks of it, the two of them were simply a match made in heaven. However, she felt sour, sad, uncomfortable, and bitter. Seeing that Li Qianxue was about to leave, she didn't know what was wrong with her. She directly stood in front of her. Li Qianxue didn't even have a trace of emotion at this moment. She just stared straight at Jing Shu. What's the matter? Jing Shu knew that the most important thing she should do now was to leave. She straightened her back and then, like a proud peacock, she left the man and woman. However, the grievance in her heart made her lose her mind. Presidently, don't you think you've gone too far? She really couldn't take this lying down. On one hand, she had been crushed and humiliated by Li Qianxue. On the other hand, it was because she couldn't stand such an outcome. During this period of time, if she had only been curious and wanted to conquer him at the beginning, now, she really had a different feeling towards Su Qinghui. She really didn't want to give up just like that. President Su is a man. He has his career, his vision, and his direction. What right do you have to make decisions for him? What right do you have to come to someone else's company so casually? You can fire President Su's employee just like that. What right do you have to do that? Are you done? Li Qianxue listened to Jing Shu patiently. She tilted her head slightly and stared at Jing Shu's face for a long time. She was not bad looking. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity. She suddenly remembered who the person in front of her looked like. Su Peijin. She had raised her daughter for more than 20 years, but she had raised an ingrate. She looked at Jing Shu and then at Su Qinghui. He stood up and walked over. It was obvious that he was unhappy with Jing Shu's questioning of Li Qianxue. However, Li Qianxue wasn't someone who needed him to stand up for her. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Even so, she did it elegantly. Secretary Jing, let me tell you. Why should I? Su Qinghui had already walked in front of Jing Shu. She held his hand and let him stand beside her. Why should I? Because he loves me. She was quite direct. She didn't beat around the bush, and she didn't need to feel any more proud. She looked at Jing Shu calmly and exasperatedly. The President Su you speak of. He loves me. Didn't you hear? His company, his property, his life, and most importantly, his heart, are all mine. You, Jing Shu, who had been slapped in the face again, felt humiliated again. Li Qianxue retracted her hand and calmly patted her palm. Most importantly, I've gone too far. What do you want? She had the right to go too far, didn't she? Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue's flamboyant side. Not only did he not feel disgusted, but he felt that this was how it should be. This was Li Qianxue. She was always so righteous and always so natural. Jing Shu looked like she was about to cry, but she held it in. She turned to look at Su Qinghui. President Su, do you think so too? Would he really like such a woman? Such an arrogant and domineering woman. How was that possible? Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. I think, Qianxue, you can be a little more arrogant. Jing Shu couldn't hold it in anymore. After all, she was just a young girl who had just entered society. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She burst into tears and turned to leave without looking back. This victory came too easily. Li Qianxue didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. All right. I'm really leaving. You really don't want me to send you off? No need. Xiao Yin sent me here today. Li Qianxue's voice was indifferent. Su Qinghui walked her to the elevator outside. So, what are you here for today? Did he come here on purpose? Just to make him fire his secretary? What do you think? Li Qianxue pressed the button with a smile and turned to look at Su Qinghui. Since you said that you wanted to give me a chance, it means that you're willing to make yourself mine. Of course, I have the right to come to your company to declare my sovereignty. Don't I have this right? Yes. No one had this right more than she did. Li Qianxue smiled. If Su Qinghui dared to say any other answer, she would definitely beat him up. In fact, before she came, she had thought about it a little too much. After she came, she didn't think about it anymore. When she saw that Jing Shu looked somewhat similar to Su Peixian, she roughly understood that Su Qinghui and Jing Shu couldn't have anything to do with each other. However, Su Qinghui didn't have that kind of intention, but Jing Shu did. That was why she wanted to fire Jing Shu. One had to know that a boss and a secretary often had to stay together because of their identities. It was useless for Su Qinghui to have that kind of intention. If Jing Shu had that kind of intention, after a long time, she would always get the chance to do something. She was disgusted. Naturally, she had to nip everything in the bud. To her satisfaction, Su Qinghui's performance today was considered acceptable. His action of standing on her side without asking for the reason greatly satisfied Li Qianxue. So when she looked at him again, the smile on her face was a little more sincere. Su Qinghui didn't know what Li Qianxue was thinking. After sending her off, he returned to his office. He didn't forget to call Qiao Ran and ask him how it was. Qiao Ran said that Jing Shu had already resigned. Just now. President Su, did Secretary Jing do something wrong? After all, Jing Shu had been in the company for some time. Qiao Ran had seen her abilities. He felt that it was a pity to fire such a person. No. Su Qinghui didn't want to say more. You can put up another recruitment advertisement. Or you can see if there are any suitable people among the people who came for the interview. By the way, find me a male secretary this time. Huh? Xiao Ran was stunned for a moment. He looked at Su Qinghui, but he seemed to suddenly understand the reason why Jing Shu left. Xiao Ran knew that Li Qianxue and Su Qinghui had been close during this period of time. He didn't expect Li Qianxue to be so jealous that she couldn't even tolerate a female secretary. It really surprised him. Only men. Yes. Su Qinghui didn't feel it was a pity. Do it as soon as possible. Her job is to get someone to replace her as soon as possible. Let the people in the secretary's office work harder for the next few days. Yes. I got it. Xiao Ran sighed in his heart. He looked at Su Qinghui and couldn't help but ask, then, don't you consider married women? Su Qinghui shook his head and directly rejected it. No need. Just hire a male secretary. He didn't want Li Qianxue to misunderstand again. That wouldn't be good. Su Qinghui, who didn't want Li Qianxue to misunderstand, couldn't go to the Li family after work today. Because not only Li Qianxue but Old Master Li also went to his cousin's house for dinner. There was no one in the Li family. Su Qinghui returned home and looked at the cold and empty apartment. He felt a little disappointed. There was no wife to accompany him, no children to surround him, and no Old Master Li to play chess with him. He could get used to it for more than a year, but recently, he felt more and more lonely. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but send Li Qianxue a message. Have you finished eating? I miss you. He was clearly an old man. But when it came to dating, Su Qinghui realized that he was no different from a young boy. He would want to see Li Qianxue from time to time. He would want to know where she was and what she was doing. He would want to be by her side, even if it was just to watch her and do nothing. There was no reply. Maybe she was eating. Su Qinghui felt a little upset again. He cooked a bowl of noodles for himself. He thought about it. He didn't know how long Li Qianxue planned to test him. How long would it take for him to become an official employee? He only hoped that day wouldn't be too late. It was only a year. It didn't matter. It would be very soon. Chapter 750. The next week, Su Qinghui was busy again. He was going to Rome City, and he had a lot of homework to do before he went. However, he was still very concerned about Li Qianxue. He had to report to the Li Corporation every day, even if it was just to see Li Qianxue and talk to her. After the firing of Jing Shu, he was very sensitive to the fact that Li Qianxue's attitude towards him had also changed subtly. She used to say that she would give him a chance, but in fact, she was just watching. She watched him coldly from the sidelines, watching him show his determination. She only watched him, as if she was observing him. However, after the incident with Jing Shu, every time Li Qianxue looked at him, the smile in her eyes became more gentle and intimate. He was delighted with this change. He felt extremely confident that he would be able to persuade Li Qianxue one day. A few days later, Su Qinghui finally went to Rong City. No matter how he persuaded, Li Qianxue refused to go with him. In the end, he had no choice but to go with Xiao Ran. After going to Rong City, he first went to visit Old Master Hua. This was what he had to do every time he went to Rong City. As he came to Rong City more often, his relationship with the Hua family became closer. He didn't need to borrow the Hua family's power, nor did he need Hua Jinyao to provide him with any help. This kind of non-utilitarian interaction also made Old Master Hua think highly of him. Every time he saw Su Qinghui, he would pull him to play chess. He would let him live directly at the Hua family's house. Su Qinghui also liked Su Qingsang's twins very much, so he would accompany them whenever he came. After staying at the Huo family's house for a day, Su Qinghui went to do his own things. The company that he was going to talk about this time had some cooperation with Su Qinghui in the past, but it was all small scale, and the impact and benefits were not big. This was the first time the other party had made such a big deal since they developed. Seriously speaking, with Su Qinghui's experience and previous experience, there were many people who wanted to cooperate with him. This time, the other party deliberately put on a show. They said that the decision-maker would come back tomorrow and asked him to wait for a day. Su Qinghui was also an experienced man. How could he not understand the other party's trick? He said on the spot that he happened to have something to deal with and told them not to rush and to take their time. After Su Qinghui left the other party's company, he went to the prison to see Su Peijian. Every time he came to Rong City, Su Qinghui would come to see Su Peijian. However, he didn't expect that Su Peijian wasn't in prison. Su Qinghui was shocked. To him, the 3 children were all his children. He would think of a way to make it up to her. Whether they wanted such compensation or not, he wanted to do it. Later, Su Qinghui found out that Su Peijian was in the hospital. He hurried to the hospital. On the way there, he chatted with a prison guard who was sitting in his car. It turned out that Su Peijian's sentence had been reduced by half a year because of her meritorious service. In the past 6 months, her performance had been particularly good. If she didn't make any mistakes in the second half of the year, it wouldn't be a problem for her to get a reduced sentence. Su Peijian knew that, but for her, she still trained on time every day and lived a life that was no different from cultivation. He wanted to perform well and get out of here as soon as possible. It was just that she didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble had come to her head. A few days ago, a few newcomers came to the prison. For some reason, one of them had entered this place. He seemed to be mentally weak. She cried the whole night on her first day in prison. After being educated by the prison guards, she restrained herself. But the next day, she cried again. The prison guard had no choice. He was afraid that she would affect others, so he temporarily gave her a single room. He didn't expect the newcomer to take this as a punishment. The next day, when the guards weren't paying attention, he climbed to the roof of the 3rd floor of the prison and wanted to jump off. Su Peijian happened to see him. Because the other party was about to jump off the building, Su Peijian didn't return to the prison cell after informing the prison guard. Instead, she followed the prison guard upstairs, trying to persuade the newcomer to come down. The newcomer became even more excited when he saw someone coming up to persuade him. At that time, there were only 2 prison guards at the scene. When they called for help, the newcomer wanted to jump down the building. Su Peijian, who had learned a few moves of fighting and self-defense, pounced forward without thinking and pulled the person back. In the end, she successfully pulled the woman back, but when she was saving the person, she was knocked back by the huge impact and fell to the ground. Then, the back of her head hit the ground. She fainted. Su Peijian was injured and sent to the hospital. When Su Qinghui rushed to the hospital, the prison guard comforted him and said that although Su Peijian was injured, with such a meritorious service, she should be able to get a reduced sentence. The prison guard's words made Su Qinghui unhappy. He felt that he had failed in his duty. Looking at the pale and extremely weak Su Peijian in the ward, Su Qinghui's heart didn't feel good. When she woke up, he asked someone to buy some nutrients for Su Peijian. Then, he waited for Su Peijian to wake up. When Su Peijian woke up and saw Su Qinghui, she was a little surprised. Ever since she was in prison, other than Xiang Kaiping, Su Qinghui had come to see her more often. However, she didn't know what Su Qinghui had been busy with for the past 2 months. It had been a long time since he came to see her. Dad. She wanted to get up, but Su Qinghui pressed her shoulder. Rest well. The doctor said that you have a slight concussion. Don't get up. Concussion. Su Peijian felt a pain coming from the back of her head. Only then did she realize what was wrong with her. Su Qinghui poured her a glass of water and fed her. Su Peijian, who had recovered, was also energetic. Dad, why are you here? I came to Rome City to discuss some business and to see you. I didn't expect. Su Qinghui paused for a moment and looked at Su Peijian with some disapproval. Say, you're really too much. Other people want to avoid danger when they encounter danger, but you took the initiative to rush forward. Really, what he didn't say was that even if Su Peijian wanted to go out, it wouldn't matter if she stayed for a year or so. It's okay. It's fine, isn't it? The newbie looked pitiful. It also reminded her of herself when she had just been imprisoned. In fact, she had once thought of committing suicide, but this kind of thought was stopped by her strong heart. Su Peijian's words made Su Qinghui speechless. After thinking for a moment, he said tentatively, Peijian, you're injured now. It's considered a meritorious service. Dad will help you apply for medical parole and then just come out, okay? Can I? Su Peijian seemed a little surprised. It's not that easy, is it? It's not easy, but it's not particularly difficult either. You performed very well in prison and made a meritorious service. If you really want to come out, it's not too difficult. Su Peijian's original sentence was because Hu Jinyao wanted to punish her, so he gave her a heavier sentence. Honestly speaking, it was not worth 5 years. Dad will find you a lawyer and appeal again. Then we'll see if we can get you out quickly. Su Peijian pursed her lips and looked at Su Qinghui. Finally, she reached out and held his hand. Dad, don't force yourself. If you can, then you can. If you can't, then forget it. I don't care. 1 or 2 years won't matter to me. Peijian. Su Qinghui was surprised by his daughter's change. More than a year in prison had greatly worn down her willpower. Su Peijian thought differently from Su Qinghui. It's okay. Really. In fact, prison life was not that horrible. At least in her opinion, more than a year in prison had made her grow up. I'll go back and ask the lawyer. In the end, Su Qinghui couldn't bear to let his daughter leave such a place. In the next 2 days, Su Qinghui went to the hospital to see Su Peijian other than work. Xiang Kaiping also knew about Su Peijian's injury. She only found out that Su Peijian was injured and was hospitalized after receiving a call from the prison. Su Peijian's concussion was not serious. She would be fine after 2 days of observation. Xiang Kaiping, who had heard the news, hurried over. Naturally, she bumped into Su Qinghui. In the past, Su Qinghui would come to visit Su Peijian, but they never met, so she didn't mind. Now that he saw Su Qinghui, he only felt that new hatred and old hatred had come to his head. She really hated Su Qinghui. Not only did she not treat him nicely, but she also kicked him out. How can you have the face to come here? It's all your fault that our daughter is like this. Su Qinghui, you are a sinner. It's all your fault. It's all you. Get lost. I don't want to see you, and my daughter doesn't need your pity. Su Qinghui, don't come to see Peijian again. Xiang Kaiping was so emotional that Su Qinghui had no choice but to leave. However, he didn't spend too much time with her. After all, Su Peijian's injury was not serious. After 2 days of observation, she was discharged from the hospital and returned to prison. Su Qinghui didn't feel relieved because of this. Instead, he felt even more guilty and blamed himself. Su Peijian hadn't fully recovered from her injuries. Now that she couldn't even get the most basic care, she would have to go back to that very difficult environment. As a father, he had doted on Su Peijian for so many years. How could he not care about her? He was living in the Huo family now. Although it was not to the extent of being criticized, Su Qingsang still had to care about what he was doing. One day, when Su Qinghui came home, he looked a little pale. She asked a few questions with concern. Su Qingsang was a little surprised to know that Su Peijian was injured because she saved someone. She was even more surprised when she found out that Su Peijian was hospitalized in the hospital where she worked. Yesterday, she heard that there was a police officer in the surgical ward. At that time, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she knew. If Su Qinghui wanted Su Peijian to come out earlier, he would definitely tell Su Qingsang about it. He told Su Qingsang his plan. Looking at Su Qingsang, he was a little embarrassed. Qingsang, I also know that Peijian has wronged you in the past. But she has really changed now. She has lost a lot of weight. Her whole person has changed. I was thinking, if possible, should we let her come out earlier? Su Qingsang didn't say anything. She didn't have that much conflict with Su Peijian. It was Hu Jinyao who had emotions. Dad, I don't want to stop you or oppose what you want to do. But it's better if you tell Mom. There were some things that she could let go of, but it didn't mean that others could. Just like how Hu Jinyao wouldn't forgive Su Peijian, Li Qianxue probably felt the same way about Su Peijian. With such a premise, if Su Qinghui really had any ideas, it was better to tell Li Qianxue. Qingsang. Su Qinghui didn't think about this. Should he tell Li Qianxue? Before resolving Li Qianxue's attitude, Su Qinghui was more concerned about Su Qingsang's attitude. You really don't mind? It's what Peijian did in the past. I know that she made a big mistake. If you still feel resentful and blame her, then I won't consider it. He had been biased before, but now he couldn't let himself be like that again. If Su Qingsang really didn't understand Su Peijian and felt that she hadn't been punished enough, then he could only do nothing and let Su Peijian stay in prison until she received all the punishment. Su Qingsang was a little surprised by Su Qinghui's words. His attitude was quite rare for her. In the past, Su Qinghui would only stand on Su Peijian's side unconditionally. Dad, if I'm still angry, are you really going to ignore her? Yes. Su Qinghui nodded heavily. Even though he felt sorry for her, he didn't want to hurt Su Qingsang's heart. Although Su Qingsang had been interacting with Su Qinghui more than usual during this period of time, in her eyes, Su Qinghui was still Su Qinghui. Whether he wanted to pursue Li Qianxue or save their relationship, it was all his own business. It had nothing to do with her. She didn't expect Su Qinghui to say such a thing, and a very subtle feeling arose in her heart. She looked into Su Qinghui's eyes very seriously. She knew that what he said was true. If she really minded, Su Qinghui wouldn't have let Su Peijian out earlier. She was already a mother. After being disappointed and desperate for a long time, she actually felt fatherly love for the first time. This feeling was very strange. She thought of the two children sleeping in the small bed upstairs and suddenly shook her head. Dad, I don't mind. You can do whatever you want. Qingsang. It was one thing to know that Su Qingsang was magnanimous and affectionate, but it was another thing to really know her. Su Qingsang saw Su Qinghui's excitement, and she spoke very seriously. Dad, I really don't mind, but I'm not sure if Mom minds. Su Qingsang knew that Li Qianxue had promised to give Su Qinghui a chance. It meant that Li Qianxue still had feelings for Su Qinghui. However, Li Qianxue was a very strong-willed person. Some things were her bottom line. Su Qingsang knew this very well after interacting with her during this period of time. Dad, I think that if you really want to be with Mom in the future, it's better to make some things clear in advance. Okay. Su Qinghui nodded. His eyes were deep as he fell into deep thought. How could he make Li Qianxue change her mind and not be angry at him for finding a lawyer for Su Peijian? Li Qianxue had just taken a shower. When she received a video call from Su Qinghui, she looked at her pajamas and answered the call. Qianxue. Yes. Li Qianxue put her phone on the stand of the dressing table and began to do her skincare. What's wrong? I miss you. Su Qinghui's words made Li Qianxue stop applying the toner. She looked at Su Qinghui on the other end of the video call and asked, "What's wrong? Did things not go well at work?" Although he often confessed, she could still hear the trace of fatigue in his voice. No. Su Qinghui shook his head and looked at Li Qianxue. He knew that Su Peijian's previous behavior had hurt her heart. Otherwise, with Li Qianxue's personality, she would never break off relations with Su Peijian. Li Qianxue wasn't wrong. Su Peijian had already paid the price for her mistake. But after all, she was his daughter. Su Qinghui hoped that she could live a good life. At least she didn't have to work so hard or even have no freedom. Li Qianxue held her chin with one hand and looked at Su Qinghui. What happened? Seeing that he didn't speak, she calculated the time and said, "Speaking of which, you've been in Rome City for 4 days, right? What's so troublesome? Didn't you say you'd be back in 3 days?" Li Qianxue could see that the background behind him was the guest room of the Huo family. Su Qinghui was still in the Huo family, so what couldn't he solve? Qianxue. Su Qinghui really couldn't open his mouth. He realized that there was too little he could do for Su Peijian. This made him feel very guilty, but this kind of guilt was insignificant compared to the guilt he felt for Li Qianxue. In his heart, no one could be more important than Li Qianxue. If he could, he wished that time could go back. He wouldn't mess around and be so irresponsible again. He wouldn't change the child regardless of the consequences. Even if he changed the child, he should have taught Su Peijian a good lesson. Su Peijian's current situation was caused by him. Every time Su Qinghui thought of this, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He hadn't passed Li Qianxue's observation period yet, and he didn't know how to pass it. But one thing was very clear. Li Qianxue didn't like Su Peijian. She was very disgusted with Su Peijian. He knew this very well. The situation in front of him was to hide it from Li Qianxue. If Li Qianxue found out in the future, she would definitely be unhappy. She was a person who couldn't bear to have sand in her eyes. He believed that Li Qianxue wouldn't care about Su Peijian's affairs, let alone Su Peijian's current situation. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue, who was not satisfied with his attitude, spoke again. If you have something to say, say it. With their current relationship, it seemed that there was nothing to hide. Well. Su Qinghui was thinking about how to say it. I went to see Peijian 2 days ago. Hearing him say the name of his adopted daughter, Li Qianxue's expression changed. To be honest, she had given her motherly love to Su Peijian. But in the end, Su Peijian's behavior disappointed her. She had wanted to save Su Peijian some face. But in the end, she didn't get what she wanted. Now that Su Qinghui suddenly mentioned Su Peijian, she was in a daze for a moment. The time when she was close to Su Peijian and her mother seemed to be a long time ago. Recently, there was only Su Qingsang, her child, and Su Yusin in her heart. Except for the occasional midnight dreams, she rarely thought about Su Peijian. When Su Qinghui suddenly mentioned Su Peijian, she realized that the disappointment was still there. What happened to her? She tried to control her expression and asked casually. She was injured in the hospital a few days ago. As Su Qinghui spoke, he carefully observed Li Qianxue's reaction on the screen. She was injured while trying to save someone. He explained the situation, mentioned that Su Peijian might get a lighter sentence this time, and said that he wanted to find a lawyer to appeal for Su Peijian again. If possible, he hoped that Su Peijian could be released as soon as possible. This was his guilt towards Su Peijian. Chapter 751. There was silence on both ends of the video call. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue nervously, waiting for her answer. Li Qianxue picked up the lotion again and started to do her skincare routine. She didn't turn it on or hang up. Su Qinghui kept waiting. After Li Qianxue finished the last part of her routine, she finally looked at Su Qinghui. You want her to come out early? Yeah, I think she's already been punished. Most importantly, she really knows that she was wrong. Really? Li Qianxue saw the caution in his eyes. What if I don't agree? She had raised Su Peijian herself. It would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for her. However, no matter how much affection he had, it could not withstand her endless squandering and tormenting. If she didn't want Su Peijian to come out, what could Su Qinghui do? Forget it then. Su Qinghui had already guessed that Li Qianxue would agree, so he wasn't too disappointed. Then let her continue to serve her sentence. You're not angry. Li Qianxue could still see his expression clearly through the screen. Don't you think I'm vicious? Unreasonable? No. Su Qinghui shook his head. Qianxue, everything is my fault. It has nothing to do with you. His expression was calm and his gaze was firm. She had been with him for many years and naturally knew that he wasn't lying. She also knew that he was telling the truth. Li Qianxue couldn't tell what she was feeling. She suddenly moved her fingertips and hung up the call. When Su Qinghui got home, it was already noon. He took a shower and washed away all his fatigue. After leaving the bathroom, he was only wearing a bathrobe. Instead of rushing to eat, he sat on the sofa in a daze. Li Qianxue had hung up on him yesterday. Later, when he called her again, she did not answer. Today, after returning from Rome City, he wanted to go directly to the Li Corporation to find Li Qianxue. However, thinking of Li Qianxue's possible attitude, he went home first. He regretted mentioning Su Peijian in front of Li Qianxue. He felt sorry for Su Peijian, but it was also the truth. Li Qianxue clearly minded it so much, and she clearly hadn't let it go, but he couldn't help but want to take it further. Perhaps Qianxue would think that he was being insatiable, right? Only the heavens knew that he didn't mean that at all. He just felt guilty and sorry for Su Peijian. However, Qianxue's reaction was so huge that he couldn't help but reflect on whether he had done something wrong. Li Qianxue wasn't surprised to hear that Su Qinghui was looking for her. Yesterday, she had hung up the phone casually. After calming down, she felt that she had made a mountain out of a molehill. Su Peijian and Su Qinghui were different people. Although Su Peijian had her own reasons for going to prison, in fact, they were also responsible. Su Qinghui hurried into the room and saw Li Qianxue reading documents calmly. This caused him to suddenly not know how to say the words that he had prepared beforehand. Qianxue. You're back. Without looking up, Li Qianxue signed the document in her hand and put it aside. Is everything done? Yes. Su Qinghui nodded, walked around the desk, and stood in front of her. Qianxue, are you angry? Why should I be angry? Li Qianxue looked up at him. She was extremely calm and did not look angry. Su Qinghui was not so sure. I haven't asked you yet. Is work going well? It's going well. Su Qinghui nodded. Previously, the other party was a little arrogant. Later, she heard from someone about his relationship with the Huo family, and the cooperation that she had planned to drag on for a while was directly signed. Although he knew that the other party would definitely sign it, it did save a lot of trouble. Then you should have nothing to do next, right? By nothing, she meant that he didn't need to work overtime and didn't need to go out anymore. I won't need to go on a business trip for a while. Su Qinghui looked at her expression and said uncertainly, Qinxue, are you really not angry? Do you want me to be angry? Su Qinghui shook his head, but he couldn't say anything else. If he didn't mention it, Li Qinxue wouldn't say it. Her feelings for Su Peixian were very complicated. She had raised her daughter for more than 20 years, so she had feelings for her. She didn't deny that. Knowing that Su Peixian had changed, her feelings were very complicated. On one hand, she hoped that she had really changed, but on the other hand, she didn't want to believe that she would really give up just like that. After all, she was the one who raised her. She knew a little about Su Peixian's stubbornness. Qinxue, let's have dinner together tonight. Not today. There's a party tonight. Qinxue. You haven't entered the company yet, right? Li Qinxue seemed to know what he was going to say. You should have a lot of work to do. If you have nothing to do, go deal with it first. I'll wait for you to come over when you're free. Not to mention anything else, the two of them were really an old couple. At least it wasn't to the extent of saying that they were as lovey-dovey as youngsters. Su Qinghui didn't have time to finish his sentence. Looking at Li Qinxue's understanding gaze, he had no choice but to leave. The cocktail party that Li Qinxue attended that night was actually a salon. The participants were some big shots in Lin City's business world, and there were also female businessmen. The circle was very small, and the members were basically fixed. Li Qinxue had done it a few times in the past. However, in the past 2 years, her focus had shifted. Half of it was because of her daughter, and the other half was because of the Li Corporation. She no longer held any events, but these people would definitely invite her. And every time she came, she would see some familiar faces. Looking at Wei Ting, who was chatting happily with Qiu Yanbo not far away, she was a little surprised. She didn't understand how the two of them got together. But before she could greet him, the organizer of the sofa, Mr. Lin, came over. President Li, why are you alone? Where's President Su? Recently, Su Qinghui and Li Qinxue often attended some events together. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell. How was this a divorce? Even if it was a divorce, it would probably be a divorce and not a divorce. It wasn't like such a thing had never happened in the upper class. Li Qinxue looked at him and smiled. Her attitude was generous. What's wrong? You invited Qinghui. Yes. But I don't know why, but he hasn't come yet. He just came back from a business trip in Rome City. He probably hasn't seen the invitation yet. She smiled and helped Su Qinghui smooth things over. Next, when someone came over to greet her, Li Qinxue could smile warmly. When someone asked her about her relationship with Su Qinghui, she could smile and brush it off. Her attitude was natural and her expression was normal. Those people had no way to continue asking questions. Except for one person. Wei Ting had long seen Li Qinxue. After all, she was always the most dazzling one in his heart. After greeting Qiu Yanbo, he hurried in Li Qinxue's direction. Qinxue. His footsteps were very fast. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. His tone became a little anxious. Qinxue, why did you lie to me again? How did I lie to you? I called your office in the afternoon and asked if you were coming. You told me that you weren't coming. Otherwise, he would have gone to pick her up. Li Qinxue looked at Wei Ting and couldn't help but laugh. After not seeing him for a few days, He was still so childish. Yes, I didn't want to come in the afternoon. But Chairman Lin called me personally. I have to give him some face, right? Chairman Lin has face, but I don't. Wei Ting's grievance increased a little. She could give Su Qinghui a chance and give Chairman Lin face. How could she be so cruel to him? You do. Li Qianxue smiled. It's just that you don't have enough face. Wei Ting looked at Li Qianxue with his mouth agape. He didn't believe that she would say such a thing. Li Qianxue didn't intend to say much to Wei Ting. Since it was impossible, she wouldn't give him any chance. Seeing that Wei Ting was about to speak again, she took out her phone and looked like she was about to answer the call. Unexpectedly, her phone really rang. It was Su Qingsang. I'll answer a call. Li Qianxue took her phone and walked to the lounge at the side. Su Qingsang had eaten. Now was the time to video call Li Qianxue once a day. She took a photo of the two babies for Li Qianxue to see. She clearly didn't know how to speak, but she taught her grandmother for a long time. Li Qianxue was in a good mood when she saw her grandchildren. However, after a few words, Su Qingsang changed the topic to Su Qinghui. Mom, I want to tell you something. She had wanted to tell Li Qianxue before, but she didn't expect that she would be so busy that she forgot. What? It has something to do with Dad. Su Qingsang told Li Qianxue about her conversation with Su Qinghui. Seeing that Li Qianxue seemed to be stunned, she added, Mom, I'm actually very surprised too. I didn't expect that after so long, Dad finally. She didn't finish her sentence, but she believed that Li Qianxue could understand what she didn't finish. Li Qianxue was silent. Previously, Su Qinghui could treat her as pleasing her. But to Su Qingsang, it was definitely not as simple as pleasing her. Mom. Su Qingsang's voice was very soft. I can see that Dad is really different. Li Qianxue also knew that she couldn't say this. However, knowing was one thing, and truly forgiving and letting go was another. Qingsang. You don't have to worry about me and your father for the time being. But about this matter, let me ask you what you think. Do you think I should interfere in this matter? Was she going to ignore Su Qinghui and let him torment him so that Su Peijian could be released as soon as possible, or was she going to stop Su Qinghui and let Su Peijian finish her sentence in prison? Mom, I think it's still up to you on this matter. Su Peijian had been in prison for almost 2 years. It wasn't a big deal to let her out early. If she didn't come out, according to her previous commutation, it would only be a matter of 2 years more or less. Qingsang, do you mind? Mom, I've told Dad that I don't mind. The time to mind had long passed. To her now, Su Peijian was no different from a stranger. Li Qianxue finally hung up the phone. After coming out of the lounge, she looked at the venue again but didn't find Su Qinghui. Logically speaking, he should have come after receiving the invitation. He didn't come now. Was he so tired that he was resting, or was he working overtime at the company? She was a little curious. Coming to such a salon was to give these people face. There was no need to stay until the end. Halfway through the salon, Li Qianxue said goodbye. Wei Ting wanted to send her off, but she refused. Looking at Wei Ting's aggrieved expression, Li Qianxue couldn't help but laugh. She then thought about how she rejected Su Qinghui's idea of letting Su Peijian out of prison early. Could he be angry too? Li Qianxue knew where Su Qinghui's home was. After getting into the car, she originally wanted to go to Su Qinghui's company to take a look, but after looking at the time, she asked Xiao Yin to drive the car to Su Qinghui's home. When Su Qinghui went to the company in the afternoon, he saw the invitation to the salon. He looked at the organizer and the theme, but he wasn't very interested. However, Li Qinxue would also go, which was enough to make him want to go as well. However, Su Qinghui didn't expect that after he finished dealing with his work, Qiao Ran would say that there was a problem with an investment case. Su Qinghui, who had originally planned to go to the salon, could only finish this case first. Fortunately, the problem wasn't big, so he didn't work for too long. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to go to the salon at this time. After thinking about it, he could only give up. Qiao Ran had been very busy during this period of time because he wasn't around. He left the company and was about to head home, but when he thought about Su Peijian, he asked the driver to make a turn halfway to the bar. Not long after entering the bar, he had just sat down to drink a glass of beer when he heard the sound of a bottle breaking from the other side of the bar. Su Qinghui, who didn't know what had happened, originally wanted to leave. He just wanted to come to such an environment to relax and didn't intend to cause trouble. However, he didn't expect to see an acquaintance when he was about to leave. Jing Shu. She was being held back by a man who didn't let her leave. Jing Shu was holding a broken beer bottle in her hand, and the man was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Are you going to let go or not? If you don't let go, I'll stab you to death. Su Qinghui didn't expect that the smart and capable Jing Shu would have such a fierce side. When the man called over 2 helpers and the other party planned to bully him with numbers, Su Qinghui was thinking about whether he should go forward to help. The owner of the bar heard the news and came. The dispute was resolved just like that. When he was about to leave, he saw that Jing Shu's hand was injured. He didn't know if it was because of the bottle in his hand or the other party's bottle. Originally, he didn't want to be nosy, but Jing Shu didn't expect to see him. President Su. Su Qinghui, who was caught, looked at Jing Shu's surprised eyes and was speechless for a moment. His gaze fell on Jing Shu's injured hand, then looked at the chaotic environment. Let's go. There was no way to drink and relax today. He opened his mouth because he was afraid that Jing Shu would be pestered after he left. No matter what, she was someone who was somewhat similar to Su Peijian, so Su Qinghui helped her. Jing Shu didn't expect Su Qinghui to help her after firing her. She followed behind him until she got into Su Qinghui's car. Secretary Jing, I'm no longer your secretary. Su Qinghui frowned. Should I send you home now? Home? I don't have a home anymore. Jing Shu shook her head. You fired me. I've tried to find a new job these days, but when my family heard that I was fired, they told me to go home and get married. She said bitterly, I originally wanted to come out today to indulge myself. I bought a plane ticket home tomorrow morning, but I didn't expect. Su Qinghui was silent and didn't know what to say. Chapter 752. Su Qinghui couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Such a small wound. Send me to the hospital. The doctor will laugh at me. As she spoke, Jing Shu took out the tissue he had left in the car and pressed it on her finger. The tissue quickly turned red. Su Qinghui looked at Jing Shu. From this angle, her face was somewhat similar to Su Peijian's. Thinking of his daughter, who was serving a sentence in Rome City prison, his heart felt a little upset. Su Peijian had just been injured, but he couldn't even accompany her for a few more days. He felt a little bitter in his heart. President Su, do you have a medicine box at home? Jing Shu's voice rang in his ear. He glanced at her. President Su, I remember that this place is very close to your home. It was very close. But to bring Jing Shu home. Su Qinghui subconsciously resisted this move. I'd better take you to the hospital. No need. Jing Shu shook her head. President Su, if it's not convenient, you can put me down in front. You. Su Qinghui thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Where are you staying now?" "I'm staying in a hotel." Su Qinghui looked at the blood-stained tissue in her hand. In the end, he didn't put her down in front. Instead, he brought her home. This place was indeed not far from Su Qinghui's home. They arrived in 10 minutes. The car stopped. Su Qinghui asked the driver to go home first. He brought Jing Shu upstairs. When Jing Shu entered the door, she looked at the reflective floor and stood at the door without entering. Su Qinghui took out a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet and gave them to her. Jing Shu's sharp eyes saw a pair of pink women's slippers inside. She pointed at the pair of slippers. "I'll wear these. They're not environmentally friendly." "No need." Su Qinghui changed into the slippers and closed the shoe cabinet. He had specially prepared that pair of slippers for Li Qianxue. During this period of time, Li Qianxue would occasionally come over, but rarely. However, in order to make her willing to come over more often, he had added a lot of female products to the room. He even recorded Li Qianxue's fingerprints so that she could come over at any time. Jing Shu looked at the shoe cabinet and changed into the disposable slippers. After entering the door, she looked around once. "President Su, Mrs. Su, aren't you at home?" Su Qinghui turned around and glanced at her. The look in his eyes startled her. She smiled and said, "I'm just asking." "She's busy tonight." Without saying anything more, Su Qinghui took out the medicine box and gestured for Jing Shu to sit down. Then, he began to apply medicine for her. When he was about to apply the ointment, he realized that the wound was a little deep. It must have been caused by a beer bottle. He wondered if there was any broken glass in it. He glanced at Jing Shu. "The wound is a little deep. Are you really not going to the hospital?" "There's really no need." Jing Shu insisted, so Su Qinghui stopped talking. He took out a cotton swab and some alcohol to disinfect her wound. His movements were not light, and Jing Shu's face was distorted from the pain. But he still gritted his teeth and endured. Su Qinghui applied the ointment for her, but in his mind, he was thinking about Su Peijian. His hand subconsciously became gentler. Jing Shu noticed the change in Su Qinghui. Joy appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she misunderstood Su Qinghui's behavior. Su Qinghui rarely did these things. Fortunately, he had a mother who was a nurse. Therefore, he successfully bandaged Jing Shu's wound. "Be careful these few days. Don't touch water." This was what his mother, who was a nurse, would say every time she bandaged someone. Su Qinghui thought of his mother and Su Peijian. When Su Peijian was young, his mother doted on her the most. If his mother was in heaven and knew about Su Peijian's current situation, she would probably be sad, wouldn't she? "President Su, thank you." "You're welcome." He put away the medicine box and was about to get up when Jing Shu suddenly grabbed his hand. "President Su." Jing Shu looked at him with her pitiful eyes. "Actually, I've liked you for a long time." Su Qinghui was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Jing Shu. The first thing he thought of was Su Peijian. His momentary distraction made Jing Shu think that she had a chance. She grabbed his wrist and raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were watery and she looked very pitiful. "President Su, I've really liked you for a long time. From the moment I saw you in the hospital, I had a good impression of you. Later, when we worked together, your maturity, your charm, everything about you attracted my attention. I like you." Su Qinghui came back to his senses. He looked at the hand that was holding him and was about to pull it away, but he found that her injured finger was also on it. "Let go." He wasn't used to being rough with women. "I won't let go." Jing Shu shook her head, her eyes filled with admiration. President Su, I really like you. Can't you give me a chance? She saw that Su Qinghui was about to pull her hand, so she used this opportunity to let go. Before Su Qinghui could react, she reached out to hug his waist. Su Qinghui's brows were tightly furrowed. How could he let her succeed? He reached out to push her, not caring about the injury on her hand. Jing Shu wanted to hug him, and he wanted to push her away. Jing Shu hugged him first, and he pushed her away later. Just like that, when Su Qinghui dodged, Jing Shu pushed him onto the sofa. The medicine box in his hand fell to the ground, and the medicine inside spilled all over the floor. Jing Shu happened to touch his injured hand, and for a moment, she sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, the door was opened. Li Qianxue, who was standing at the door, happened to see this scene. There was a moment of silence in the air. Su Qinghui didn't care about hurting Jing Shu anymore. He pushed Jing Shu away forcefully. Jing Shu was pushed to the ground by him. Her hand was injured for the second time, and she hit the coffee table. She was in so much pain that her facial features were squeezed together, but Su Qinghui didn't even look at her. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Li Qianxue didn't enter the door. She just stood at the door. After she was injured last time, she followed Su Qinghui here after dinner. At that time, he insisted on registering her fingerprints so that she could come here at any time. Of course, she wouldn't think of coming here often. After all, she was already used to having someone take care of everything in the Li family. However, she didn't expect that she would see such an interesting scene when she came here on a whim today. Sorry for disturbing you. You guys can continue. She nodded slightly, her movements elegant and leisurely. Her expression didn't even change at all. She turned around and walked out. Qianxue. Su Qinghui knew her personality too well. If he really let Li Qianxue leave like this today, it would be impossible for him and her. Qianxue, plus Su Qinghui's speed was very fast. He took a few steps forward and said, Qianxue. Qianxue, listen to my explanation. Li Qianxue wasn't in a hurry to speak. Her gaze calmly swept across Jing Shu, who was next to the coffee table, and then returned to Su Qinghui's face. Explain what? Qianxue. Explain why you're hugging a woman. Or a woman who looks like your daughter. Seeing Jing Shu stand up, she bit her lip and stood there as if she was wronged. The mockery in Li Qianxue's eyes deepened. Being with a little girl who looks like your daughter. Don't you feel bad? Or do you like this kind of special excitement? However, no matter how similar it is, it's just a fake. If you like it, you should find the original, right? That might be even more exciting. Su Qinghui, who was about to lose his mind because of her words, forced himself to calm down in the shortest time possible. He couldn't panic. He had to explain clearly. Qianxue. Su Qinghui had seen Li Qianxue's powerful side before. However, during this period of time, the two of them had gotten along well. It had been a long time since he had seen Li Qianxue like this. It's not what you think. Su Qinghui tried his best to speak in a calm tone. Her hand was injured, so I brought her home to bandage it. Nothing happened at all. Her hand was injured. Li Qianxue glanced at Jing Shu again as she spoke. Only then did she see it clearly. The fingers of her right hand were wrapped in gauze. There was also a medicine box on the ground. Medicine, yes, her hand was injured. I bandaged it for her. That's all. Li Qianxue finally retracted her gaze and turned to Su Qinghui. Are you done? I'm done. She nodded to show that she understood. She turned around and walked to the back. Su Chenghui didn't expect this reaction from her. He reached out to pull her hand. Chen Xue. Is there anything else? He didn't quite understand. He had already explained everything clearly. Seeing his confused expression, Li Qianxue pulled her hand back and stood in front of him again. She stared at him with a burning gaze. Her hand was injured. Did you injure it? Of course not. Su Chenghui shook his head. Then what does it have to do with you that her hand was injured? No, who is she to you? Nothing at all. So you're saying that you're interested in her? Qianxue, you know who I love. Since she's not anyone to you, and you're not interested in her, and her hand injury wasn't caused by you, then let me ask you, why did you bring her home? Su Chenghui's lips moved, and he found that he was indeed unable to refute. At that time, I felt that she was close to home. Close to home. Li Qianxue sneered. Close to home. Isn't it close to the hospital? Are there no hospitals in Lin City? Why did you have to rush to bring her home? Before Su Chenghui could speak, Jing Shu spoke. President Li, don't go too far. She walked up to Su Chenghui and deliberately stood beside Su Chenghui. Who are you to question President Su? President Su seems to have divorced you, right? Since you're divorced, then his matters have nothing to do with you. What makes you think that you can still control President Su? Don't you think that your attitude is disgusting? She said a lot in one breath. Li Qianxue, who was about to leave, stopped for a moment. She looked at Su Chenghui and then at Jing Shu. I don't have the right. Yes, didn't you guys divorce? Yes. Yes. We are indeed divorced. Li Qianxue looked at Jing Shu as if she was looking at a clown. So, you plan to recommend yourself to sleep with him? Her words were a little harsh. Jing Shu blushed. It's normal for someone to like an outstanding man like President Su, right? As if unconvinced, Jing Shu added, after all, not every woman is like President Li, who doesn't know how to cherish such a good husband, but still wants to divorce. Li Qianxue glanced at Su Chenghui. You think so too? Secretary Jing, don't talk nonsense. Su Chenghui was furious. He didn't expect that his kindness would lead to such a result. How could I think like that? Qianxue, don't listen to her nonsense. President Su, how did I talk nonsense? Jing Shu didn't come without preparation. I've asked around and asked clearly. She divorced you a long time ago. So what right does she have to interfere in your affairs? Shut up. Su Chenghui raised his voice. His usually elegant face was unexpectedly filled with a bit of fierceness at this moment. Get out of here. Letting Jing Shu marry into the family was a mistake. He turned to look at Li Qianxue with an anxious expression. Don't listen to her nonsense. You're the most qualified person to control me. Also, in my heart, no one can compare to you. President Su. Jing Shu didn't give up. She didn't believe that Su Chenghui would choose Li Qianxue over her when she was young and beautiful and a woman who was already past her prime. I told you to get out. Su Chenghui's eyes were fierce. At this moment, he had completely lost his usual gentleness. Secretary Jing, if you don't get out, I'll call the police. President Su. Jing Shu stood there without moving. The unwillingness in her heart made her still struggle for the last time. Su Chenghui's expression completely darkened. He took Li Qianxue's body a step to the side. He pointed outside the door. Secretary Jing, I'll only say this once. Either you get out now, or I'll call the police to chase you out. Also, if you do this again, I don't mind using some tricks to make you lose everything. You don't doubt my ability. No matter where you come from, you should still have parents and family. But if you refuse to come to your senses and continue to pester me, I can only vent my anger on you. Jing Shu's face was a little pale. How could she really provoke Su Qinghui? One had to know that this was a person that even her uncle was afraid of. She was unwilling, but she could only walk out. When she passed by Li Qianxue, she was still a little unwilling. President Li, don't be too proud. Do you think President Su chose you because he likes you? Loves you? It's just because of your family background. If you weren't the president of the Li Corporation today, do you think President Su would like you? Secretary Jing. Su Qinghui was angry and took a step forward. Jing Shu, who was afraid that he would really hit her, ran outside as if she was escaping. She was afraid that Su Qinghui would chase after her. She didn't even dare to take the elevator. She ran down the stairs in the middle of the night. The security door opened and closed. Su Qinghui looked at the corridor outside and closed the door. Qianxue, don't believe her. When they divorced last year, Li Qianxue had once said to him that he turned back because he couldn't bear to give up the benefits of the Li family. Thinking of Li Qianxue's attitude and expression when she said that, Su Qinghui was a little anxious. He didn't forget that he was still under probation. Chapter 753. Li Qianxue looked at him, his face full of eagerness to swear. She almost raised 3 fingers. Without saying a word, she walked around him and sat down on the sofa behind him. But as soon as she touched the sofa, she stood up. Jing Shu had sat in this seat before. Not only had she sat there, but she had also hugged Su Qinghui here. She got up, walked to the armchair, and sat down again. This time, she did not stand up. Qianxue. Her attitude was neither good nor bad. Su Qinghui wasn't sure if she really believed him. He took a few steps forward and wanted to show his loyalty again. That's enough. Li Qianxue didn't want to hear his explanation. There was nothing to explain. It's a mess. You should clean it up first. Su Qinghui was afraid that she would run away, but he didn't want to upset her, so he stood there and didn't move. Li Qianxue looked up at him, her eyes bright. You want me to do it? Su Qinghui didn't dare to let her do it. Li Qianxue had never done that before. I'll pack right away. Su Qinghui quickly picked up the medicine box on the ground and put away all the medicine inside. After cleaning up, he once again approached Li Qianxue. He looked at Li Qianxue's uncertain face. He was really nervous. Qianxue. Su Qinghui had been through so many ups and downs over the years, and he had been through so many things. But now that he was facing Li Qianxue, he was always worried about gains and losses. He knew all too well what he had done. Even if Li Qianxue really didn't forgive him, there was nothing he could do. That was how they used to think, and it was still how they thought now. Don't take what Jing Shu said to heart. I didn't, really, Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui was interrupted. Li Qianxue put her hand on the armrest of the sofa and rested her face on her palm. Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't. Since I'm not stupid, why do you think I would believe that woman's words? Su Qinghui was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized what was going on. Who was Li Qianxue? How could the CEO of the Li Corporation, the current head of the Li family, believe such a clumsy provocation? The eagerness on his face faded and was replaced by awkwardness. Qianxue, I'm a little unhappy that you think of me like that. Li Qianxue flipped her hair and said, let's not talk about the fact that the woman's provocation is not up to standard. Even if it's true, so what? I am indeed the CEO of the Li Group. I do have a very good family background that is unmatched by ordinary people. These are all things that I have, so why should I take it to heart? A long time ago, Li Qinxue had been very calm about her identity. That was why she was so calm when others said that she had found a commoner who was not as good as the Li family and that Su Qinghui was living off a woman. Qinxue. This was Li Qinxue. No matter what time it was, no matter how many years had passed, she was still so confident and straightforward. In silence, Su Qinghui realized that because he cared too much, he had been making stupid moves and losing his cool. Sorry. In the end, Su Qinghui could only apologize, but Li Qinxue didn't want to hear that. She was thinking of something else. Do you really want Su Peixian to come out? This should be one of the reasons why he brought Jing Shu back. She and Su Qinghui had been husband and wife for more than 20 years. Putting aside everything before, she was the person who knew him the best in the world. Qinxue. Secretary Jing, you brought her home and bandaged her wound. Wasn't it because she looked a little like Peixian that you couldn't bear to see her? Su Qinghui was speechless. He lowered his head and didn't know what else he could say. Sort of. He lowered his head and looked a little dejected. Are you unhappy? She didn't like Su Peixian, but he felt pity for a woman because of Su Peixian and even brought her home. I'm unhappy. Li Qinxue was quite blunt. You don't want the real one, but you get close to a fake one. Are you stupid? Su Qinghui was criticized, but he didn't even dare to refute. Qinxue, alright, do what you want to do. I won't support you, but I won't object either. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qinxue. He didn't expect her to give him such an answer. He was actually a little surprised. Qinxue, I thought, what did you think? Li Qinxue leaned back a little. Did you think I would object? Did you think I still hate Peixian? Can't bear to see her live a good life. No, I just thought that you might not want to see her. Li Qinxue was silent for a moment. It was true that she didn't want to see her, and it was also true that there were some other emotions in her heart. No matter what, she was the daughter she had raised. She had pampered her for more than 20 years. Seriously speaking, she also had some responsibility for Su Peixian's current state. However, the source was not Su Qinghui. Thinking of what happened in the past, she couldn't help but vent her anger again. She stood up and planned to leave. Qinxue, where are you going? Home. It's so late, it's not convenient for me to stay so late. Li Qinxue looked at Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui, don't forget that you're still under observation. I know. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qinxue's expression just now and knew that she had recalled the past again. For a moment, his expression was a little uncomfortable. Qinxue. Seeing her walk out, he went forward and called out to her, Qinxue. Don't worry, I'll definitely educate Peixian well. I won't let her mess around again. It doesn't matter. I'll teach her to respect you. He knew that it was impossible, but people said that giving birth was not as great as raising. Li Qinxue was indebted to Su Peixian. Forget it. Li Qinxue couldn't afford it. I have my own child. I don't need her to do anything for me. She didn't intend to forgive Su Qinghui so soon, nor did she intend to forgive Su Peixian just like that. Some things should be left to time. Su Qinghui wasn't in a hurry to go to Rong City. The City Star project was more than half done. Li Qinxue had changed the supervisor last time. This time, the person appointed was Su Qinghui's man. He was very concerned about this project, partly because it was a good opportunity for Qian Hui to become famous, and partly because of Li Qinxue. Ever since he understood his feelings, he couldn't bear for her to be too tired. Li Qinxue looked at Su Qinghui, who was sitting opposite her. I thought you wouldn't be free for the next few days. She originally thought that Su Qinghui would quickly go to Rome City after getting her approval. She didn't expect him to be so patient. Not only did he not go, but he had also been by her side for the past few days. Today, she said that the weather was too hot and she didn't have much appetite, so he brought her to this restaurant that had a good taste. Tasting the top-grade lobster that had just been flown in from Australia today, Li Qianxue was in a good mood because of Su Qinghui's attitude. Su Qinghui knew what she was referring to. I've already hired a lawyer, and the relevant information has been sent over. As for the specifics, we'll talk about it after the lawyer studies it. Li Qianxue didn't say anything. She could still spare some attention to Su Peijian. She really cared about her past mother-daughter relationship. Su Qinghui saw that she was silent and said carefully, "Qianxue, if you're not happy, you must tell me. I can ignore her." "No need." Li Qianxue picked up the red wine in front of her and took a sip. "Since I promised you, I won't interfere with you. You don't have to test me anymore." "I'm not." Su Qinghui didn't expect her to misunderstand. "I really didn't mean to test you. I just..." Li Qianxue put down the glass and picked up the knife and fork again. She supported her chin with one hand and looked at Su Qinghui across the table. "What's wrong?" "I suddenly realized that I regret it." "What?" Su Qinghui looked at her in confusion. "I said, I'm a little regretful." Li Qianxue's voice was very soft. If one listened carefully, one could hear the teasing in her words. Regretful about what? Was she regretting agreeing to let him get Su Peijian out in advance? Su Qinghui was a little nervous, but only a little. For him, no matter what decision Li Qianxue made, he could only follow her wishes. "I regret agreeing to give you a year." Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui's changed expression with satisfaction and added, "After all, I found that I quite like the way you're so nervous about me. If I don't agree to a year, you can only keep begging me." Su Qinghui almost immediately understood what she meant. He held Li Qianxue's hand tightly across the table. "Qianxue, you don't have to regret it. Even after a year, as long as you agree, I can keep begging you." His words were very sincere. Li Qianxue looked at the hand he was holding and gently pulled it out. "All right, you don't have to say sweet words to me. Do whatever you want." She still minded it a little, but she tried her best to let go of it. As for truly letting go, perhaps she could only leave it to time. "It's not sweet words. It's all from the bottom of my heart." After that, Su Qinghui went to Rome City again. In fact, he had such an idea a long time ago, but at that time, he didn't want to hurt Li Qianxue and Su Qingsang's hearts again. It was Su Peijian's fault for being punished previously. Now that she had changed, of course he had to give her a chance. Su Qinghui made several trips and communicated with the lawyer in the middle. It wasn't like there were no cases of people who had already served their sentences and still appealed. Su Qinghui went to look for Qi Shiwei again. He knew that the other party was Hua Jinyao's classmate, so he looked for Hua Yifan and provided evidence from various aspects. It proved that Su Peijian had given the proposal to Tianyu Group, and Hua Yifan was a member of Tianyu Group. Qi Shiwei met Su Qinghui for Su Qingsang's sake. After resting for more than a year, her complexion had improved a lot. She looked at Su Qinghui and shook her head after listening to his intentions. "Mr. Su, actually, it's useless for you to look for me. You should look for Jinyao. If Jinyao agrees to let your daughter out, it's just a matter of a word." Su Qinghui looked a little awkward. If it was useful to look for Hua Jinyao, he wouldn't have come to look for Qi Shiwei. Hua Jinyao hated Su Peijian for hurting Su Qingsang. He wanted Su Peijian to stay in prison for a while longer, so how could he speak up for her and let her out? "Mr. Su, it's really not that I don't want to help you. It's that I've already started working again. In our industry, credibility is very important. Since I chose to testify for Hu Ji now and testify against Su Peijian, I can't go back on my word today and say that my testimony was wrong. If you really want to save your daughter, you can look for Hu Ji Niao or Su Qingsang directly. Su Qingsang had saved her life before, so they could be considered to have known each other. Especially recently, they had been dating a lot. Qi Shiwei really felt that Su Qinghui had made a mistake. Instead of looking for her, it was better to look for Hu Ji Niao and his wife. With the two of them speaking up, Su Peijian could come out with just a word. Su Qinghui didn't say anything, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. It was true that he wanted Su Peijian to be released from prison early, but he wouldn't make things difficult for Su Qingsang and Hu Ji Niao. The palm of his hand was flesh, and so was the back of his hand. He had been too biased in the past and had already hurt Li Qianxue and her daughter's hearts once. How could he bear to hurt them a second time? He shook his head, thanked Qi Shiwei, and got up to leave. Before he left, he bumped into a young man. He was a little out of his wits and didn't notice who he had bumped into. When Lian Jin bumped into Su Qinghui, he didn't know who he was. When he saw someone coming out of Qi Shiwei's villa, he couldn't help but ask Qi Shiwei who that person was as soon as he entered. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Qi Shiwei didn't expect that after entertaining Su Qinghui today, Lian Jin would come knocking on her door. She sneered and pointed at the door. "Lian Jin, you're not welcome here. Get out." Lian Jin's expression was ugly, but he stubbornly refused to leave. "Tell me who that man is first. He doesn't look young anymore, does he? Don't tell me you like this kind of older man now. Do you lack your love that much?" Qi Shiwei was so angry that she almost laughed. "Lian Jin, it's none of your business what kind of man I like. As for whether I lack a father's love or not, don't you know? If it weren't for that good sister of yours, how could I lack a father's love?" Su Qinghui naturally didn't know about the argument coming from the villa behind him. After he left Qi Shiwei's place, he went to the lawyer's place again. The lawyer had already prepared everything and was just waiting for the trial to begin. After communicating with the lawyer, he went to the prison to visit Su Peijian again. He told Su Peijian about the situation in front of him. He deliberately skipped the mention of Su Qingsang and Hu Ji Niao and only told her the possible outcome. Su Peijian didn't say anything. After this period of time, she had recuperated well. She didn't have much hope of being able to get out early. So she wasn't disappointed when she heard Su Qinghui say that. "Dad, the last time I stopped that cellmate from jumping off the building, the higher-ups rewarded me. I got another half a year of reduced sentence." Half a year wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. Su Peijian looked at Su Qinghui. "So if it doesn't work, forget it. I'm fine." Peijian. Su Qinghui looked at his daughter, who was already sensible, and didn't know what to say. "Dad has let you down." "I said, it doesn't matter." Su Peijian stood up. She already had an understanding of her possible outcome. "Dad, try your best. If it works, then it's fine. If it doesn't work, then forget it." Su Qinghui didn't know what to say. This daughter had been in the palm of his hand since she was born and had been pampered since she was born. But now, seeing his daughter in a prison uniform, Su Qinghui only felt his heart ache. "Peijian, don't worry. No matter what the outcome is, Dad will wait for you to come out. Behave well in there. Dad will wait for you." The Li family. A few days ago, old Master Li was invited by his old friend to go to his villa for the summer. He was a little surprised that Su Qinghui didn't come back for 2 days. He called Uncle Zhang and asked. It was said that Su Qinghui hadn't come for 3 or 4 days. He snorted, and his expression didn't look good. When he had dinner with Li Qianxue that night, he couldn't help but show his emotions on his face. "Dad, what's wrong?" Old Master Li was old. Usually, Li Qianxue coaxed him like a child. She could tell at a glance that he was unhappy. "What's wrong with me?" "You should ask Su Qinghui what's wrong." "What's wrong with Su Qinghui?" Li Qianxue knew that he had gone to Rong City and that he was flying back to Lin City that night. After all, Su Qinghui would tell her his whereabouts every time he went. "What's wrong? Wasn't he very diligent before? He hasn't shown up for the past few days. What's the meaning of this? Do you still want to give him another chance with such persistence?" "Dad, did I say something wrong?" Old Master Li saw Su Qinghui's behavior and thought that he was sincerely repentant. "He has something to do." "What is it? Is it more important than chasing your wife?" In Old Master Li's heart, his daughter was good in every way. So what if Su Qinghui begged and coaxed? How many days had he lasted? Had he given up already? "Dad." Li Qianxue couldn't tell Old Master Li about this. She wasn't the only one who loved Su Peixian all these years. "Stop talking. I'll tell old Zhang later that if Su Qinghui comes again, kick him out." Old Master Li was acting like a child. If Su Qinghui really came, how could he really kick him out? "Dad, Yusin's surname is Su too. Who do you want to kick out?" "Su Qinghui." Old Master Li's roar was full of energy. "Old Zhang, the next time that brat Su Qinghui comes, just kick him out. Don't let him in." "Dad." "What did I do? You want to kick me out?" Su Qinghui heard this as soon as he entered the deer and the cauldron. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. He walked to Old Master Li in a few steps and stood still. He had just gotten off the plane and hadn't had time to go home to clean up before he came. During this period of time, he had been running around everywhere. He had to manage the company's affairs, worry about Su Peixian's affairs, and worry about the emotions of Li Qianxue and her son. He was really tired. There were faint shadows under his eyes. "What did you say you did?" After what happened before, Old Master Li hoped that Li Qianxue would find someone who treated her sincerely. Whether it was Wei Ting or Su Qinghui, he only looked at their sincerity. During this period of time, Wei Ting came to play chess with him from time to time. These few days, he went to the villa for a vacation, and Wei Ting went with him. After a while, Old Master Li was very happy because of Wei Ting. When he came back and heard that Su Qinghui didn't even come to visit, he was naturally unhappy. "Qianxue, let me tell you, I feel that Wei Ting is not bad." "Wei Ting is not bad. You can consider it." Chapter 754. She thought she had made herself clear last time. Who would have known that Wei Ting had hit a wall on her side and turned to please Old Master Li? "Dad." Su Qinghui was anxious. Old Master Li was the most powerful supporter. What was he doing? "Qianxue." Old Master Li didn't even look at Su Qinghui. "You should listen to me." "Dad, don't talk nonsense." Li Qianxue knew what Su Qinghui was going to do. She also knew that his trip wasn't going well. In fact, she was surprised that Su Qinghui didn't go to Hu Jinyao and put pressure on Hu Jinyao as his father-in-law. "How am I spouting nonsense? Do you know that little Wei has been running around with me these past few days?" Although there was everything in the villa, Wei Ting's attitude was good. Just looking at the whole process was enough to make one satisfied. Wei Ting accompanied Old Master Li for a few days, and Old Master Li's heart was more biased towards Wei Ting. "Dad." Li Qianxue had a headache. It seemed that she hadn't rejected him completely last time. Even if I'm not with Su Qinghui, I won't be with Wei Ting. It's really impossible. Why not? Old Master Li glanced at Su Qinghui as he spoke. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. I think Wei Ting is very good. He is also very concerned about you. You are, Dad. Li Qianxue was very helpless. She didn't know what curse Wei Ting had cast on old Master Li to make him speak up for him like this. Dad. Su Qinghui didn't want Li Qianxue to argue with old Master Li, so he took the initiative to talk to her. It's my fault. I didn't come back in time, but I've been busy recently and neglected Qianxue and you. Please forgive me. Old Master Li didn't respond, nor did he look at him. It was one thing for him to be coaxed by Wei Ting for a few days, but it was also true that he wanted to teach Su Qinghui a little lesson. Su Qinghui couldn't do whatever he wanted with his precious daughter. Dad. Don't talk so much. Li Qianxue wasn't speaking up for Su Qinghui, but she definitely couldn't stand old Master Li tying her to Wei Ting. Forget it. When people get old, they'll be disliked. I don't care about your business. After saying that, old Master Li went upstairs angrily. Li Qianxue's lips moved. She really couldn't be too calculative with an elder who was becoming more and more like a child. She had worked all day, and she was tired. She turned around and went upstairs. Su Qinghui followed her. Qianxue, are you angry too? Qianxue, I didn't come back late on purpose. It's just that it didn't go well. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Qianxue suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stood at the corner of the stairs and looked at the person in front of her. Do you mean to blame Qingsang or Jinyao? Li Qianxue frowned. I didn't mean that. Li Qianxue was non-committal. She gave Su Qinghui a meaningful look and continued to go upstairs. I know. Qianxue. Did she really know? I told you, I don't blame you. Li Qianxue turned to look at Su Qinghui and found that he wasn't in a good state. What's wrong? Tired? I'm not tired. As long as he could see her, he was not tired. Li Qianxue stopped talking. Since he said he was not tired, she pretended not to see the faint dark shadow in his eyes. Su Qinghui followed behind Li Qianxue through the long corridor. After entering the door, Li Qianxue went to the cloakroom and took out a set of home clothes. She didn't think about avoiding people, so she changed her clothes in the cloakroom. Li Qianxue, who had always paid attention to her image outside, would dress very formally at work, but at home, she was a little more casual. Su Qinghui, who followed the door to explain, saw Li Qianxue take off her clothes and reveal her upper body. He suddenly forgot what he wanted to say and what he wanted to do. He just stared straight at Li Qianxue. Li Qianxue knew that he was looking at her, so she didn't avoid him. She flicked her long hair and slowly picked up her clothes to put them on. Her movements to put on her clothes were blocked. Su Qinghui stood behind her, one hand on her side and the other on her waist. Qianxue, let go. Li Qianxue could still remain calm and self-control at this time, but Su Qinghui couldn't. He looked at Li Qianxue's bright red lips and thought about how he had been a vegetarian for so many years. Before going to Rong City, Li Qianxue was still willing to let him get close to her. But ever since he went to Rong City, she never let him get close to her again. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since the two of them had been intimate. She was playing this trick in front of him again. This time, she really couldn't help it. The extremely lingering kiss became hotter and hotter. Li Qianxue was a little dizzy from his kiss. Su Qinghui's embrace was very warm. It wasn't the kind of temperature that was hot, but it made people feel very comfortable. The strength of his hand holding her was just right. His kiss was the same. It was intense, but gentle. Li Qianxue didn't push him away. Instead, she let him kiss her. Until he exerted force, her body took a step back, and her back hit the wardrobe door. She suddenly came to her senses and put her hand in front of Su Qinghui's chest. Enough. Her breathing was chaotic. It was obvious that she was also aroused. Su Qinghui looked at her and his breathing was even heavier than hers. Qianxue, I want you. A man who had been thirsty for a long time was burned by a raging fire. How could he still be rational? Li Qianxue wanted to shake her head, but Su Qinghui kissed her again. However, this time, Li Qianxue wasn't too engrossed. Her skin was delicate. Su Qinghui exerted force and she hit the wardrobe door again. This time, she was completely sober. Su Qinghui. She called his name. Because she hadn't recovered from her lust, her voice didn't have much strength. Instead, it sounded especially sexy. Seeing that Su Qinghui couldn't help but look at her again, she bent down and retreated from his arms. She picked up the clothes beside her and quickly put them on. Li Qianxue looked at her and didn't say anything. She took a few deep breaths and calmed down. My dad is spouting nonsense. It's impossible for Wei Ting and me. I know. She wouldn't like a young boy like Wei Ting. Qianxue, I'm sorry. I was busy with Patient's matter in Rong City. Because I had to find a lawyer and some of the processes in between, I came back a few days late. I didn't expect Dad to have such a big opinion of me. What's wrong? Didn't it go well? In fact, Li Qianxue already knew some things. For example, Su Qingsang told her that Su Qinghui had never told Hu Jinyao about this, nor had he told her about it. For example, all of Su Qinghui's efforts had always been on the periphery. He was working very hard, but he had never thought of borrowing the strength of his daughter and son-in-law. Li Qianxue knew all of this. Now, she could only pretend that she didn't know. It's okay. Su Qinghui shook his head. The lawyer has done everything he can. The rest will depend on Patient's luck. Li Qianxue actually didn't believe that Su Qinghui could really be so calm. Are you really not going to look for Hu Jinyao? There's no need. There was no reason for a father-in-law to ask for a son-in-law. I was biased in the past. I've said it before. I won't do it in the future. Seeing that Li Qianxue was silent, he added, Qingsang marrying into the Hu family was originally considered to be a social climber. Previously, I was unreliable and had already made her suffer a lot in the Hu family. Although Hu Jinyao loved her, no man liked to see his wife lower her head for someone else. I don't want to ask Hu Jinyao to make things difficult for Qingsang. A woman marrying was different from a man marrying a wife. A woman's family was often a woman's backing. The higher the status, the more they didn't want their daughter-in-law to have a lower status in their family. Su Qinghui understood this logic. Li Qianxue looked at him with a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that Su Qinghui was really different. He was actually thinking about Qingsang now. God knew that this was impossible in the past. Last time, Su Qingsang said that Su Qinghui didn't ask her for help. She thought that he was thinking of a way to coax her back. Now, looking at Su Qinghui's attitude, her feelings suddenly became very complicated. Qianxue. Su Qinghui lowered his head and was about to kiss her again. Her face turned, and his kiss fell on her face. Qianxue. What was wrong with her again? Li Qianxue didn't answer. She suddenly felt a little confused. There are a lot of things to do in the company today. I'm very tired. I want to rest early. You can go back first. Qianxue. Su Qinghui clearly felt that Li Qianxue's mood had loosened. He thought that his hard work had finally paid off. However, Li Qianxue's sudden coldness confused him for a moment. Go back. After Li Qianxue finished speaking, she didn't look at him. She left the cloakroom and headed for the bathroom. Qianxue. Su Qinghui didn't know what he had done wrong. The only thing he could think of was Su Peixian. If Li Qianxue was really so unhappy, she could have said it before. He wouldn't do those things. If you don't like me asking Peixian to come out early, you can tell me. Su Qinghui. You can go back first. I'm not angry. I've said it before. Since I've agreed, I won't be angry. Then I'm just tired. I want to rest alone. Her voice was tired. Su Qinghui didn't dare to be forceful. After thinking about it, he could only leave first. The footsteps outside gradually faded away, and then it slowly quietened down. Li Qianxue leaned against the door and rested for a while. She didn't really want to chase Su Qinghui away, but she needed some time to calm down. Previously, she had said that she would give Su Qinghui a year to observe him, but in reality, it had only been a few months, and her heart had softened. She began to think about forgiving him. Firstly, Su Qinghui's performance in the past few months had been too good. Secondly, Su Qinghui's attitude towards the two children had finally satisfied her. Adding these two things together, she felt much better about Su Qinghui. Today, when old Master Li mentioned Wei Ting, the first thought that flashed through her mind was actually to talk about Wei Ting. Instead of being with Wei Ting, she might as well be with Su Qinghui. At least Su Qinghui had recently made her heart flutter again. That feeling made her feel as if she had returned to her youth. Her heart would beat faster because of this man, and she would also be touched by some of the things this man did. She even wanted to cancel the year and forgive him just like that. When she realized that she had this thought, Li Qianxue suddenly felt a little upset. She suddenly realized that when she faced Su Qinghui, she always had no bottom line and compromised too easily. This feeling was not good, and it made her feel a little flustered. There was only one thing that made her flustered. Could Su Qinghui really make her trust him forever? Li Qianxue wasn't sure. She had always been brooding over the hurt she had suffered in the past. Even though she had tried her best to force herself to let go recently, how many people could let go of that kind of hurt? Would he really always stand by her side unconditionally? No matter what happened in the future, no matter who appeared, would he always stand by her side? Li Qianxue hadn't dreamed about the past for a long time. When she first recognized Su Qingsang, she always dreamed about the past for a period of time, but later on, the number of times became fewer and fewer. Especially after Su Qingsang gave birth to the twins, she slowly let go of her thoughts and thought less about the past. But that night, she dreamed about it again. That was when she was pregnant with Su Yusin. At that time, she was still immersed in the joy of pregnancy. The arrival of this child was an accident. But just like Su Peixian, he would be the treasure in her heart. Dad, what's a good name for the child? If it's a boy, let's call him Yusin, old Master Li said. Other than this, I've thought of a few more. If you don't like it, you can choose one yourself. What if it's a girl again? Li Qianxue went to ask Old Master Li. Old Master Li smiled. I've thought of a few too. You two can think about it yourselves later. Okay. Even though her relationship with Su Qinghui was not good at this time, in Li Qianxue's eyes, she was still very happy that there was going to be a little life soon. At night, when she went upstairs, she asked Su Qinghui, "Look at these names that Dad came up with. Which one do you think is good?" Compared to her excited face, Su Qinghui was much colder. No matter what the name is. This won't be the child I'm looking forward to. The joy on Li Qianxue's face disappeared for a moment. Su Qinghui, what did you say? Li Qianxue, why can't you learn your lesson? You've tried to use the child to tie me up again and again. I thought that after the previous time, you would learn to be obedient. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue was furious. Do you need me to tell you how this child came about? Yes. I'm drunk. Su Qinghui sneered. But can't you take the morning after pill? Can't you abort it? To put it bluntly, don't you just want one more safeguard? Li Qianxue did not expect Su Qinghui to say such a thing. As soon as she was angry, she raised her hand and was about to slap Su Qinghui in the face. Su Qinghui grabbed her hand and his voice was very cold. Li Qianxue, don't mess with me. We're already married anyway. I can't divorce you. But you always use the child like this. You really make me hate you. He dropped this sentence and left without looking back. Li Qianxue was left standing there, unable to react. It was not until she felt a slight pain in her lower abdomen that she was scared. This child, whether the father liked it or not, would be her child. Li Qianxue sat up, sweat seeping from her forehead. Li Qianxue, who was sweating all over because of the nightmare, went into the bathroom. Sitting in the bathtub, she thought about Su Qinghui's coldness in the dream, and then thought about his recent gentleness and consideration. Chapter 755. Su Qinghui slept soundly. He had been running back and forth in Rong City for the past few days. In addition, he had just negotiated a new investment case. At this hour, he was in a deep sleep. In a daze, he heard his phone ringing. He waited for it to ring for a while before picking it up. Su Qinghui. Yes. The familiar voice on the other end of the line woke Su Qinghui up immediately. He looked at the time and didn't understand why Li Qianxue would call him at this time. What's wrong? Li Qianxue had never looked for him at this time. He suddenly became nervous. He quickly sat up and asked, "What happened? What happened to you?" Li Qianxue's voice paused. What should she say? She said she had a nightmare. She dreamed of the time when Su Qinghui was with her. She said that her heart was shaken, but she didn't want to forgive Su Qinghui so easily. She found that she couldn't seem to tell Su Qinghui those emotions. She looked out the window at the night sky and lay down again. I can't sleep. Sing for me. Singing to her at 3 in the morning. Su Qinghui took some time to recover. Qianxue, anything. Qianxue, Su Qinghui said helplessly, I can't sing. When it came to socializing, he would go to some places, but he really didn't know how to sing. The last time he sang was during music class at school. How many years has it been? I said, sing whatever you want. She closed her eyes. If you don't sing, you don't have to come to me from tomorrow onwards. Su Qinghui never thought that one day he would hear such a request from Li Qianxue. He didn't know how to react for a moment. Qianxue, you're making things difficult for me. Is that so? Li Qianxue openly admitted, yes, I am making things difficult for you. Are you going to sing or not? Su Qinghui was speechless. He really didn't expect Li Qianxue to be so willful at her age. If you don't sing, I'll hang up the phone. Tomorrow, I'll sing. Su Qinghui agreed, but it was really difficult for him. He almost never sang. At this time, when Li Qianxue asked him to sing, he had no idea what to sing. After thinking for a long time, he remembered a song that his mother loved to listen to when she was a nurse. At that time, Su Qinghui's mother played that song every day. After a long time, Su Qinghui also learned to sing it. Now that Li Qianxue asked him to sing, the only song he could think of was that. The night at the naval port is quiet. The waves rocked the warship gently. The young sailor rested his head on the waves, smiling sweetly in his sleep. When he spoke, Li Qianxue was stunned. She didn't expect that Su Qinghui could really sing. In all these years, she had never heard him drink. It sounded surprisingly good. His voice was gentle and elegant. His voice came through the phone gently, with an indescribable magnetism and sensuality. Gently blow the sea breeze, gently sway the waves. She didn't ask him to stop, so he kept singing. At first, Li Qianxue was very awake. Gradually, she fell asleep listening to Su Qinghui's singing. Su Qinghui sang it twice but didn't get a response. After singing it twice, he really couldn't find a second song that he knew. Qianxue. Qianxue. He gently called her name twice, but he heard a light breathing sound coming from the other end of the phone. He held the phone and listened to Li Qianxue's breathing on the other end of the phone. Although he didn't understand why she had insomnia today and why she suddenly asked him to sing. Thinking of Li Qianxue's request just now, Su Qinghui suddenly smiled. He didn't hang up the phone and just turned on the speaker. Then he fell asleep listening to her breathing. Old Master Li woke up early in the morning and found that Li Qianxue had woken up very early. She had already come back from her morning jog. Why did you wake up so early today? I slept well, so I woke up earlier. Old Master Li looked at her and observed the look in her eyes. He found that she did look good. What's wrong? What kind of magic potion did Su Qinghui give you yesterday to make you so happy today? Did I? You should go look in the mirror. Seeing that his daughter was about to go upstairs, Old Master Li finally couldn't help but remind her, have you thought it through? No. Then I told him before that I would give him a year. During this year, I will do everything I can to torment him. If he can endure my torment, then we'll talk about this a year later. What if he can't stand it? Then forget it. It could only mean that they were not meant to be. That was all. How do you plan to torment him? Old Master Li knew his daughter very well. She was willful, and she had a temper. But for so many years, except for when she wanted to be with Su Qinghui, Old Master Li had never seen her willful. You will know later. After saying this, Li Qianxue went upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. Old Master Li was left looking at her back and frowning. What on earth did this daughter want to do? When Su Qinghui got up early in the morning, his phone had already been hung up. He didn't know if it was Li Qianxue who hung up, or if her phone was out of battery. Before he could take care of himself, he received a text from Li Qianxue. Bring me breakfast. Below the text was a list of Hong Kong-style snacks from a 5-star hotel in Lin City. Most importantly, it was on time. If it wasn't delivered within the specified time, he didn't have to go to the Li family. He looked at the text and was confused for a moment. There were 3 chefs in the Li family. There were Chinese and Western dishes, and there were also chefs who knew how to make snacks. Breakfast was a combination of Chinese and Western dishes, with both Chinese and Western dishes. Why did she want him to bring her breakfast? Su Qinghui didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly took care of himself and went to buy breakfast for Li Qianxue according to the text. Su Qinghui drove very fast, which was not in line with his usual personality. He rushed and finally put breakfast on the Li family's dining table at the last minute of the time set by Li Qianxue. Qianxue. Yes. Li Qianxue looked at the time. It'll be soon. She was very short on time. She didn't expect Su Qinghui to be able to do it. Qianxue. Su Qinghui didn't understand what Li Qianxue wanted to do since yesterday. He rushed in and was a little out of breath. He really couldn't be blamed. Li Chinchua made it clear that she wanted him to buy it and deliver it himself. You haven't eaten, right? Let's eat together. Chinchua. Old Master Li looked at the table of breakfast and was a little confused. Are you talking about this breakfast? Li Chinchua looked at the table, picked up a glass of milk, and put it in front of Old Master Li. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang have worked for our family for so many years. They have a lot of things to do in the kitchen, so I gave them a day off today. They don't have to make breakfast. Old Master Li didn't know what to say. No wonder he didn't see Uncle Zhang this morning. Then, are you going to give them a day off? Yes. Li Chinchua nodded and pointed at Su Qinghui. Leave lunch and dinner to him. Chinchua. Old Master Li was speechless. Do you know what you're doing? Of course. Li Chinchua thought that Old Master Li was worried and patted the back of his hand. Don't worry, Su Qinghui's cooking skills are good. If he doesn't do well, you can kick him out. When Jiang Yuyang said that, Li Chinchua seemed to finally see Su Qinghui. Qinghui won't have any objections, right? Of course not. That's good. Li Chinchua looked at him and didn't miss the look in Su Qinghui's eyes. He was eager to show off. She lowered her head and picked up the milk. Well, don't worry, I'll give him time to prove it. After dinner, Li Chinchua stood up. By the way, I'm going to the spa with Mrs. Dong and Mrs. Cho today. I won't be back for lunch. Remember to cook for Dad. Make sure Dad is satisfied. It should be okay, right? Of course. After getting Su Qinghui's promise, Li Chinchua went out. She was in a good mood. After the spa, she went shopping again. Halfway through shopping, she sent a message to Su Qinghui. On it was a list of dishes, followed by the time, and finally, asking Su Qinghui to cook personally. After putting down the phone, Li Chinchua was in a better mood. The smile on her face even made Mrs. Dong and Mrs. Cho keep asking her if she was in love again. Everyone in Lin City didn't know that she and Su Qinghui had divorced. However, recently, Su Qinghui had been pursuing her frequently. Many people thought that it was only a matter of time before Li Chinchua agreed to get back together with Su Qinghui. However, they didn't know that Li Chinchua didn't want to get back together with Su Qinghui now, but she wanted to torture him. Because she found that she couldn't completely forgive Su Qinghui. But she couldn't completely distance herself from Su Qinghui. Since that was the case, she might as well torture him. She had been tormented to the point that she no longer wanted to vent her anger. Torture him until she could completely let go of the past. Before that, she would let Su Qinghui do all the stupid things she had done for him. When Li Chinchua returned home, Su Qinghui's dinner was already ready. The dishes were made according to Li Chinchua's requirements. None of the dishes she ordered were easy to make. The so-called difficulty was not necessarily that the dishes were particularly difficult to make, but that it took a long time. For example, there was a dish that Li Chinchua ordered was braised pork head. This dish wasn't very complicated to make, but it took a long time. And Su Qinghui was alone. Li Chinchua asked the chefs in the kitchen, Uncle Zhang and Mother Zhang, to take a break. Other than leaving 2 people to clean up the room, there was no one in the kitchen to help him. He knew that Li Chinchua did this on purpose. He didn't even know how he had offended her. It didn't seem like she was angry with him because of Su Peijian. Su Qinghui couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He looked at the 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table that looked okay, but he didn't know how they tasted. Su Qinghui thought that it was fortunate that there were only the 3 of them eating. Fortunately, Li Chinchua said 6 dishes. If her requirements were higher, he really wouldn't be able to fulfill them. Old Master Li had already eaten Su Qinghui's cooking at noon, so he wasn't surprised. He roughly understood what his daughter wanted to do, so he naturally wouldn't stop her. It was a fact that Su Qinghui needed a lesson. He didn't know how long he could endure it. In the following time, Li Qianxue really began to torture Su Qinghui, just as she had told Old Master Li. She would wake up in the middle of the night, say that she had insomnia, and ask Su Qinghui to sing for her. She would say that she was hungry halfway through work, and then ask Su Qinghui to cross more than half of the city to buy her desserts produced by a handicraft workshop. After half a month, Su Qinghui lost a lot of weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, he didn't even know how he had offended Li Qianxue. Standing outside the gate of the Li family, Su Qinghui wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he took a breath. Just now, Li Qianxue called before she got off work and asked him to go to the eastern district of Lin City to buy her desserts from a shop in the eastern district. That dessert couldn't be found anywhere else, and the shop owner would start selling only one dessert a day at 5:00 in the afternoon. Because it was introduced in the magazine, Li Qianxue saw it and made such a request. Su Qinghui knew that Li Qianxue was angry with him, but no matter how he asked, Li Qianxue would only say no. When he asked too many questions, she would ask back, "What's wrong? Didn't you say that as long as I am willing to forgive you, you are willing to do anything? I just asked you to run errands for me and do something within your ability. Are you not happy?" Su Qinghui wasn't unhappy. He was just afraid that Li Qianxue was angry. He had been rushing all the way here. He had tried his best, but he still didn't make it. Today was the rush hour, and the traffic on the road took longer than usual. When Su Qinghui arrived, it was already past the time that Li Qianxue said. Looking at the last dessert that Su Qinghui had spent so much effort to buy, Su Qinghui clenched his fists. Either way, it's a knife, or it's a knife. He hoped that Li Qianxue wouldn't be angry because he was 5 minutes late. Qianxue. Su Qinghui was about to enter the door when he heard Old Master Li's voice. Have you had enough fun? Old Master Li had watched Li Qianxue torment Su Qinghui for the past half a month. At first, he thought it was good, but after a few days, he couldn't help but lean towards Su Qinghui. Su Qinghui stopped in his tracks. Dad, what are you talking about? Who's playing? You. No matter what, she was his daughter. Even if she became a grandmother, she was still his daughter. You've been tormenting Su Qinghui every day during this period of time. If that's not playing, then what is it? Not really. I just asked him to run errands. Yes, running errands. Running errands means asking him to run from the West District to buy things. Driving back and forth for more than 2 hours to buy you a dessert that you don't like at all. The Li family had chefs who knew how to cook Western food, so they naturally knew how to make this kind of dessert. Old Master Li didn't believe that Li Qianxue had to eat something sold outside. Seeing that Li Qianxue didn't speak, Old Master Li didn't understand what she was thinking. Qianxue, what are you thinking? Do you forgive him and want to get back together with him? Or do you not forgive him at all? You still hate him, so you want to torture him. Su Qinghui, who was about to enter the door, stopped at the door and didn't rush in. Neither, Li Qianxue denied. She picked up the cherry blossom juice in front of her and took a sip. Dad, don't worry about me and him. I don't want to care. Don't let him show up in front of me. Old Master Li sighed. No matter what, you've been in this family for more than 20 years. Don't go too far. If you really forgive him, get back together with him. If you haven't, you might as well not let him appear in front of you again. Isn't that much simpler? Silence. Li Qianxue didn't speak. She put down the cup in her hand and smiled bitterly. Dad, do you think I don't want to? Then you. Dad, I can't forgive him. Li Qianxue didn't say anything to her children or to Gada, but there was nothing she couldn't say to her father. I can't forgive him, but I can't let him go either. Li Qianxue's expression was cold, with a hint of pain. I still have feelings for him. I admit it. She couldn't let go of a man she had loved for more than 20 years. But, I can't forget what he did. In the beginning, he swapped the child and made her raise someone else's daughter as her own without her knowing. Now that Su Qingsang didn't pursue this matter, she could let it go. But this wasn't the only problem between her and Su Qinghui. There was also what happened afterward. I thought I could forget the things he said and did to me. But I found that I couldn't. When she was pregnant with Su Qingsang, Su Qinghui didn't care about her. When she was pregnant with Su Yusin, Su Qinghui still didn't care about her. He accused her of using the child to tie him up. He accused her of being a disgusting schemer. And there were many more after that. I really can't forget. Qianxue. Old Master Li was stunned for a moment. He always knew that his daughter and Su Qinghui's marriage hadn't been smooth all these years, but he didn't expect that there was still something he didn't know. That day, when I woke up from a nightmare, I thought that I had done a lot of stupid things for Su Qinghui. Then I thought about asking him to do all the things I had done. Su Qinghui wasn't the only one who was sacrificing. She had also sacrificed. She had once traveled across half the city just to buy a snack that Su Qinghui liked to eat. She had also learned to wash hands and make soup because of Su Qinghui, but she gave up because she really didn't have the talent. She had once stayed by Su Qinghui's side when he was sick, but after he woke up, he was still indifferent and didn't treat her well. She remembered everything she had done for Su Qinghui when she was young. It wasn't that she had a good memory, but that she had done so much, but she hadn't touched that man in the slightest. I just feel that I can't accept it. Li Qianxue closed her eyes. This was the first time she had said such words to Old Master Li. I really just can't accept it. I want him to learn to sacrifice once. Just like those little girls say now, I want to do it once. I want him to know how he used to ignore me. Old Master Li didn't know what he was going to say. Qianxue. He didn't know that his daughter had such thoughts. Dad, do you think that I'm very willful? I don't think so. Old Master Li immediately changed his stance and stood on Li Qianxue's side. My daughter, so what if you're willful? Dad. Li Qianxue smiled. Actually, it's all your fault. You spoiled me. Chapter 756. Old Master Li didn't dare to say that Li Qianxue was wrong. He could probably understand his daughter's thoughts. However, could she really achieve the effect she wanted by tormenting him like this? Or could it really make her understand? What if Su Qinghui was tired and refused to take the bait? Instead, he planned to retreat. If that was the case, what would Li Qianxue do? After all, she and Su Qinghui were not young anymore. Li Qianxue was silent. She looked at her father and shook her head. Dad, if that's the case, it only proves that we are not meant to be together. If they missed each other, so be it. Qianxue. Old Master Li felt a little sorry for his daughter. Li Qianxue felt fine, but there was one more thing she wanted to tell Old Master Li, right? Dad. Su Qinghui has been in Rome City these days. He wants to reduce Su Peijian's sentence. If there are no accidents, Peijian may come out after a while. This news shocked Old Master Li. He looked at Li Qianxue. You don't want Peijian to come out? No. There was not much difference between 5 years and 2 years. Then, I just feel sorry for Qingsang. Su Peijian had hurt Su Qingsang, but because of the mother-daughter relationship, she had not broken off the relationship with Su Peijian. Now if she reconciled with Su Qinghui, she would have to deal with Su Peijian often. She didn't want to hurt her daughter's heart. Qing Sang is a good girl. She won't mind. Old Master Li knew what she was thinking. He also felt guilty about Su Peijian. But this kind of guilt couldn't be greater than the guilt he felt for Su Qingsang. She doesn't mind, but I do. Li Qianxue looked at Old Master Li, not afraid that he would know what she was thinking. Dad, do you know? I thought that some things could be in the past, and I also wanted to let go, but I found it really difficult. Midnight dreams, those past, those nightmares. I found that I can't do it. The word forgive was too light, but it was too difficult to do it. She was not a saint. She really couldn't do it. Qianxue. Old Master Li knew what she was thinking, so he didn't say anything else. Su Qinghui stood at the door. The bag of desserts in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He stood at the door for 5 minutes. When there was no sound from inside, he pushed the door open and entered as if nothing had happened. Looking at Li Qianxue, his eyes were still gentle, as if he hadn't heard anything. Li Qianxue was sensitive enough to notice that Su Qinghui had been a little different recently. After talking to Old Master Li that day, Li Qianxue lost interest in tormenting Su Qinghui. Seriously speaking, this person had always been able to endure what others could not. He had always been like this, but Su Qinghui's behavior recently made her feel that she couldn't see through him anymore. What's wrong? Su Qinghui placed the dessert on Li Qianxue's desk. Didn't you say that you like this dessert? I'll go buy it for you. No need. When Li Qianxue said that she liked him, it was just an excuse. If he really wanted to eat it, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to buy that dim sum shop and turn it into the Li family's territory? I don't feel like eating today. Then, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue, his expression as gentle as ever. Just like how he had been during this period of time. Li Qianxue looked at him and felt inexplicably annoyed. I don't want to eat anything. Su Qinghui, what do you think I am? Su Qinghui paused for a moment. Qianxue, are you angry? I'm not angry. I just don't want to see you. Qianxue. Did I do something wrong? Su Qinghui pursed his lips into a straight line and looked at Li Qianxue very seriously. Li Qianxue became more and more annoyed. The better Su Qinghui did, the more she didn't want to see him. Su Qinghui, don't you have a temper? Seeing Su Qinghui's confused expression, Li Qianxue stood up and pointed at Su Qinghui's chest. Can't you see that I've been tormenting you on purpose these days? Su Qinghui looked at her and heard that she had finally spoken. He shook his head. I know, but I'm very happy that you're willing to torment me. Are you that cheap? Li Qianxue was so angry that she spoke incoherently. Why can't you be like before? Pretend not to see me, ignore me, and no matter what I do or say, you pretend not to see me. Su Qinghui, why don't you continue? You know that I'm tormenting you now. To put it bluntly, I'm taking revenge. Why can you still pretend to be indifferent? Don't you have a temper? Where's your backbone? Why aren't you angry? Li Qianxue looked at Su Qinghui with anger on her face. Why don't you have a little backbone? Why? Aren't you the most arrogant? Don't you hate me the most? Don't you want to see me the least? Then what are you doing now? Tell me. Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue. He suddenly reached out and hugged her in his arms. Li Qianxue was stunned for a moment. Su Qinghui tightened his arms and hugged her very tightly. Qianxue. Su Qinghui, I don't hate you, and I don't have any pride in front of you. I won't pretend not to see you. Qianxue, you're the person I love the most in this world. I'll never be able to ignore you. Who would believe him? Li Qianxue didn't believe him. Qianxue. I know it's hard for you to believe me. I also know that you have many concerns and doubts in your heart. It doesn't matter. Whether you want to torment me or torture me, it doesn't matter. This was what he owed her. If you don't believe me, you can continue to doubt me. If you want to test me, you can never forgive me. If you're happy, it doesn't matter if you treat me like this for the rest of your life. But Qianxue, please don't push me away from you. He had made a mistake before. He understood that she didn't believe him. He had once sworn that he would use the rest of his life to make up for it and redeem his mistake. To him, the more Li Qianxue tormented him, the happier he would be. Li Qianxue also suddenly understood this point. Su Chenghui couldn't wait for her to torment him and order him around. The more she tormented him, the more Su Chenghui's guilt would be alleviated. After understanding this, how could Li Qianxue be willing to torment Su Chenghui anymore? Qianxue, I once said that even if you don't forgive me for the rest of your life, it doesn't matter. Because I don't mind. As long as you don't push me away, I'll be very happy. If you don't feel happy, just tell me. I won't do anything. After Su Chenghui finished speaking, he carefully looked at Li Qianxue's eyes. Can't you just give me a chance to stay by your side? Li Qianxue looked at him and wanted to say no, but the voice seemed to be stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a word. She suddenly pushed him away, then turned around and said coldly, No. Qianxue. If Su Chenghui hadn't heard Li Qianxue's words, he definitely wouldn't have understood the knot in Li Qianxue's heart. He wanted to say a few more words, but Yang Rong came in and looked for Li Qianxue. Presently, this is the company's routine physical examination arrangement for the second half of the year. You just need to sign here. Okay. Leave it. Also, this document needs your signature. Okay. There's one more thing. The advertisement for the planning department has already been filmed. Regarding the issue of the release, the two managers of the planning department and the marketing department have different opinions. Pick a time for them to come to my office to talk. Yes. Yang Rong finished talking about all the work and looked at Su Chenghui, who was standing there motionless. A thought flashed through his mind. Could these two people have quarreled again? As soon as Yang Rong left, Su Chenghui was eager to express his feelings. He knew in his heart that it was better to do more than to say more. However, Li Qianxue's heart was strong and she came from a good family. He really didn't feel like he could do much for her. Qianxue, listen to me. Su Chenghui. Li Qianxue interrupted him. You can go back first. Qianxue. You don't have to look for me if you have nothing to do these few days. I want to be alone to calm down. Su Chenghui looked at her. How many days? I don't know. Li Qianxue really didn't know. About Su Peixian, aren't you going to Rong City? You can go. She actually knew that Su Peixian's case seemed to be in court in a few days. She didn't believe that Su Chenghui wouldn't pay attention to it at all and didn't want to see it at all. Qianxue. We'll talk about it after you've dealt with Su Peixian's matter. Her attitude was too firm. Su Chenghui looked at her expression and thought of what she said that day. In the end, he nodded. Li Qianxue put all her attention on work. There were a lot of things to do in the Li Corporation. She forced herself not to think about Su Chenghui for the time being. She needed time to sort things out. However, Su Chenghui would call her every day to tell her where he was and what he was doing. Su Peixian's case was in court today. When Li Qianxue received Su Chenghui's call, she stood at the entrance of the hospital and didn't move. The Li Corporation's employees had very good benefits. Every year, they would organize a physical examination for employees. Li Qianxue would also experience it every year, but she had a special private doctor. She really wasn't interested in this kind of routine examination. Listening to Su Qinghui's words on the other end of the phone, he seemed a little nervous. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He was very afraid that even if he worked hard, Su Peijian would still go to prison. That wasn't the outcome he wanted to see. Li Qianxue didn't know how to comfort him. There was always a process for everything. Since I've done my best, then you can rest assured. Okay. Su Qinghui nodded. Qianxue, I miss you so much. Li Qianxue's palm that was holding the phone tightened. She didn't expect that at this time, Su Qinghui would still be in the mood to say that he hated her. When I'm done with these few days, no matter what the outcome is, I'll come back. He said, I want to come back to you. Okay. Compared to his excitement, Li Qianxue was much colder. She looked at the office door in front of her. She wanted to hang up the phone. However, Li Qianxue found that Dr. Zhong, who had been serving the Li family, didn't look too good. Dr. Zhong, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? No, it's not me. At that moment, Li Qianxue forgot to hang up the phone. Dr. Zhong. Qianxue. Dr. Zhong looked less than 50 years old. Previously, he owed old Master Li a favor and had been the Li family's private doctor. How long has it been since you last had a physical examination? Me? Li Qianxue thought for a moment. Last year, I did a close one. There were many things this year, so I didn't have time to do a physical examination. Realizing that Dr. Zhong didn't speak, Li Qianxue couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Qianxue. Dr. Zhong asked Li Qianxue to sit down. He picked up the radiographic films that he had done for her and pointed them at her. You seem to have a tumor here. Li Qianxue blinked. For a moment, she thought that Dr. Zhong was joking with her and lying to her. She didn't believe such words. Dr. Zhong, wait. After all, she had seen a lot of storms. Li Qianxue wasn't scared at first. What tumor are you talking about? Also, where is this? Why don't I understand? This is the location of your stomach. When we gave you a physical examination, we found that there was a fibroid tumor here in your stomach. Preliminary judgment, Dr. Zhong. It wasn't that Li Qianxue didn't trust the doctor, but she trusted herself more. That's impossible. I know my own body. How could I have a stomach problem? Could you have done the wrong test? That's the result of our examination. If you don't believe us, we can't do anything about it. If you don't believe me, you can do another test. Li Qianxue sat there and looked at the extremely professional explanations. In the end, she shook her head. Dr. Zhong, tell me directly what to do next. Do another detailed examination and then determine whether the tumor is benign or malignant. No matter which one it is, we hope that we can get a result. Li Qianxue didn't speak. She sat there, unable to regain her senses. She had always been self-disciplined and had good habits. However, she didn't expect that one day, a disease would happen to her. It was a tumor, commonly known as cancer. Dr. Zhong, I understand. Thank you. Li Qianxue stood up. She held the report and thought for a moment. By the way, don't tell my dad about this. Qianxue. Dr. Zhong wanted to say something, but at this time, he couldn't say anything. Li Qianxue didn't need him to say anything. She walked straight out. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered that Su Qinghui seemed to have been talking to her. She immediately took out her phone and found that the phone had been hung up. Li Qianxue heaved a sigh of relief. He was busy with Li Qianxue's matter. He shouldn't have heard it, right? He shouldn't have, right? Whether he had or not, Li Qianxue wasn't in the mood to care about Su Qinghui. Holding the examination report, Li Qianxue went home. Old Master Li was surprised that she came back so early today. Li Qianxue said that she stayed up late last night and had a headache today, so she went home to rest. Then you should go up and rest. Everyone knew that Su Peixian would be released from prison today. Naturally, Old Master Li also knew. In Old Master Li's opinion, Li Qianxue's physical discomfort meant that she was still struggling with the previous matter. He wanted to say a few words of advice, but this kind of thing could only be let the person herself get over it. No one else could help. Li Qianxue returned to her room and laid her body on the bed. She looked at the familiar ceiling above her head. She only felt a little warm in her eyes. She didn't expect things to suddenly turn out like this. She wasn't even 50 years old, and her body usually didn't have any reaction. How could she have thought that one day, she would have a disease like a tumor on her body? She closed her eyes. Even though Dr. Zhong said that the tumor might be benign, she also felt uncomfortable. No one could really not care about their own life. Their family. Others were like this, and so was she. Tumor, how did she get a tumor out of nowhere? She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Closing her eyes, she thought about a lot. A lot. In modern society, medicine was advanced. Even if she had a tumor, she wouldn't die. But if there really was something, such as spreading or something else. If something happened to her, what would happen to this family? Su Qingsang, Su Yusin, Xiang Nian, and Old Master Li. What would happen to these precious and important family members? How sad would they be if she was gone? Especially Old Master Li, the white-haired person would send off the black-haired person. Li Qianxue forced herself not to think about it, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't help but think of Su Qinghui again. That person had said so many words in the office that day, one sentence after another, and every sentence was very pleasant to the ears. It was good to hear that she almost believed it. But, it was only almost. Now that something like this had happened to her, what would Su Qinghui think if he knew? Or, if something really happened to her, what would Su Qinghui do? Li Qianxue had never felt like this before. Her consciousness was a little dizzy. Although she was awake, she always felt like she couldn't wake up. In a daze, she closed her eyes to rest. But she always woke up because of the slightest movement. After going back and forth, she opened her eyes again. When she saw the person in front of her, she was stunned. Su Qinghui. She still remembered that she was in a daze before, as if she had been dreaming. In her dream, Su Qinghui said a lot. Now that she saw him, Li Qianxue didn't know if she was in a dream or reality. Qianxue. Li Qianxue's hand was held tightly by Su Qinghui. He looked at her, his eyes full of pity and a trace of anxiety. Are you okay? I'm fine. What could she do? She tore up the medical report. She didn't want Old Master Li to see it. Now that she saw Su Qinghui, she wanted to pull her hand back, but Su Qinghui held it tightly and refused to let go at all. Qianxue. It's okay. If China can't cure it, we can still go abroad. I believe you will be fine. Li Qianxue looked at him for a long time and finally understood what he meant. You know. Yes. I know. Su Qinghui nodded and didn't hide that he already knew. When I talked to you on the phone, you forgot to hang up. Li Qianxue felt inexplicably guilty. I didn't say it for you to hear. I know. Su Qinghui smiled. But I'm very happy that you let me hear it. Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue pulled her hand back. What do you mean? I'm sick. Let me tell you, who knows how long I can live. If you don't want to be alone again, you'd better stay away from me. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.